Hello. There we go. Welcome to the Bigger Show. Microsoft put through a bunch of updates, so all of our defaults got messed up. So hopefully today goes well. But yes, we are kicking off today with session 76, I believe. We find ourselves in the town of Zaisnak. So we'll go ahead and grab the players here. We'll get jumped in. We got a lot to go through today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Let's get that recap working. Alright, so bring in all you guys back in here. Last session we saw you guys dealing with Degmadu out in the desert. You guys had taken some time to set up an ambush of sorts to try and deal with this giant magical worm beast that was terrorizing the desert and seemed to have some sort of connection to the ancient city buried underneath the desert here. You did so through a arduous combat with a lot of displacement of your characters, being swallowed and spit out almost every turn. You did eventually manage to bring down the beast, ending its current form of life, after which you saw a bunch of the cultists manage to get out of Bink's mansion as you dropped it, and they started to run towards the body of their dead would-be god in attempts to try and bring it back to life by either feeding themselves to it or one of them attempting to cast a scroll of revivify on this creature. Who knows if it would have worked or not, because you managed to stop them. Quite a few of them went to jump into the creature's mouth, and Zanzibar took that opportunity to banish it, and you watched a handful of these idiots plummet to what you can only assume is their death, though you never heard them hit the ground. And the beast returning, you found that a small entity, a small miniature version of Degmadu, a small worm, had creeped out of the dead body of this Goliath. And you guys picked it up and tried to squash it, realizing pretty quickly that it had some sort of aura or globe of invulnerability surrounding it, making it nearly impossible to actually get rid of. So in lieu of dealing with it now, you gave it to Bink, who put it into his bag of devouring. And so the larva of Degmadu is currently in the belly of some astral beast whose portal is on Bink's hip. And we'll see what happens there. And then you continued your journey on to Zaisnak, but not before also realizing that Callie had left you. In the middle of battle, it seems she had used some magics to transport herself, utilizing Bink's sword, his Tyr's rapier. This drew some conclusions, some interesting thoughts. You weren't really sure what had happened or why. You managed to reach out to Callie. Or no, you didn't speak with her here. You reached out to Lalia, who then showed up, and you're not really sure what she was up to. She started to delve a little bit into it, but then you guys kind of quickly picked up your stuff and tried to decide whether to follow Callie or to head to Zaisnak, realizing you were out of a lot of your resources, and that traveling Callie now would certainly hamper your adventure later, kind of realizing you'd have to start over at the edge of the desert now that you were so close to your goal, and just the pure and simple fact that I'm pretty sure all your spell slots were pretty much gone. You did head to Zaisnak. Upon reaching the city, you were greeted by one of Zanzibar's old friends. You managed to talk to them a little bit, try and gather some information. Didn't have a whole lot for you, but you did get an escort to Zanzibar's home, where you found both his father and his brothers. His oldest brother, the White Dragonborn Ed, and the middle brother, still older than Zan, as Zan's the youngest, Rico, the Arakakra. as well as Zan's father Zhao, the blue dragonborn. And you found out very quickly that some things were going on. It was made pretty apparent very quickly that the mines had been taken over, as you knew, by Lord Cryo, and that a lot of the workers had returned home. However, unfortunately, it seemed like Zanzidar's mother was not amongst them. Upon talking to your dad, Zan, you realized not only was your mom gone, but also the little sister that she was carrying in her belly, that she is currently pregnant, was also now at risk. Not long after this, you received a knock on the door from some entity, some weird shape-shifted entity, I believe you figured out, that left you a note for Zan, kind of detailing that Cryo was behind this and he knew you were here, and kind of set some things in motion for you guys. But at this point, you also took some time to talk to Dad, kind of figure out what you were doing, and had decided to try and reach out to some people to get some answers real quick to see if that could help persuade or help guide your next path. So Zan, you took off to speak with the village scryer, Miwa. I believe you did not immediately take Aiden with you, but you did summon him after making a deal with Miwa to try and reach out to somebody in a different plane. You then called for Aiden to come and join and assist you with this, as you felt that he should be a part of the conversation as well, and you, at that point, managed to successfully reach out to Callie. You were able to see the position that she was in. You found that she was inside of Tyr's throne room. You saw the large iron golem known as the Vault was disabled and presumably emptied next to her. And you saw that she was currently in the thralls of Lord Cryo. He was questioning her, asking her about the ruin stone, and you guys kind of were poking and prodding her brain at the same time. There was some back and forth between you guys, realizing that she still hadn't quite made up her mind what she was doing or whose side she was on. I think she had been asking Cryo about gods and their purposes, and it seemed like she was still kind of weary, but definitely in trouble, as you knew more about her situation at that point than she did. But nonetheless, you watched as Lord Cryo decided to take her with them and opened a portal behind her. Some last parting words between you. You told her you were going to come for her. You were going to come find her, potentially help her in some way, as you watched Callie get dragged to hell. Coming back to reality, you guys had started heading back towards Zan's home to kind of converse about what had happened, what had seen, what was going on, what your next steps were. Upon which Zan, your middle brother, Rico, let you know that he knew of a way, a back door of sorts, into the excavation area that Lord Cryo had taken over recently, and was willing to lead you there, as it is very apparent that there's some sort of permanent or semi-permanent portal that goes somewhere in hell that you can only assume Cryo was using, so it was probably at least within decent range of wherever he is now, and that you wanted to go there to take the highway to hell, I guess. And that's kind of where we bring us now. So I know we went a little bit farther than this last session with you guys having dinner and kind of wrapping things up, and Zan, you talked to your dad a bit about Polyachronos, and we kind of hit the long rest button. But knowing what's coming up, I want to give you guys the rest of this evening to kind of talk, because I know we've had some more time to let things sink in, so I'll let you guys kind of discuss your next steps. When you're ready for bed, you can go to bed, and then with the information that it's about an 8 to 10 hour trip to this location that Rico's going to take you, You guys can plan when you want to leave the next day or how long you want to stay before heading there. So we'll pick up there. So you guys have had your dinner. It is evening. You know that the town of Zayasnok does not sleep. It's pretty much 24/7 here with the way things are set up and the way this place runs. You guys have had some conversations. Zan, you've talked with your father at this point, and you have all convened kind of at the dinner table with whomever you want to be available. Zan, your father is currently in his study, which you can see from the dinner table. He's not out of the conversation necessarily, but you do see that he is starting to get some things together for whatever's to come next. And that's where I'll give it over to you guys. So this evening in Zanzarar's home, you're all fed and conversing around the table. So I'll hand it over to you. What would you like to do? Anything you'd like to say?
I have nothing. Oh, it's nighttime, right?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, the sun is setting or has just set, but the city is still bustling. There's still plenty of sound outside.
I think Zan will probably walk outside. He's probably feeling anxious as to what we're about to go do, and anxiety and sleep don't mix well.
Mm-hmm. So you guys watch as Zan opens the front door and just kind of steps out on the porch. Other things you would notice around here is that both of Zan's siblings, Ed and Rico, seem to be in the process of putting together some to-go bags, grabbing some weapon, armors, provisions, just kind of off in the corner, prepping and getting ready for whatever comes next.
I'm gonna go for a walk. What are you guys gonna do?
In the meantime,
You're breaking up on us there, Bink. Try it again.
I'm gonna go play some music in
Okay.
the town
I got
square.
I got that.
If there's a town,
Ooh, you're still breaking up, kind of, Xavier. Playing music in the town square.
okay, is that loud and clear now? Hello.
That's a little better.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay. Okay, so like I was saying, I think I'm gonna go to the town square or whatever people call it nowadays to play some music.
Cool. You can certainly head that way.
I think Lalia's feeling a little disconnected from the group, in the sense of, like, she's been out of the loop long enough while you've continue to talk to her. You know, she's not quite as. She's noticing that the mood is very somber, and she is not completely sure what to do with that. So I think she will stay in. And in particular, she's keeping an eye on Aiden. Here's a question. When Zan says he wants to go take a walk, is it obvious that he wants to be alone? Is he looking for company? Lalia is inspecting him to see if she can glean what the intention of this walk is.
I think he's like dissociated now. I mean, he made this vow to his dad to rescue his mom, but he doesn't know how. And like there's a plan, but all our plans have more or less ended up with someone dying along the way. So it's facing that again. That is, he's trying to detach himself from the outcome.
Okay.
So in particular, he's not looking to have someone with him, but if someone wants to go with him, he won't say no to it.
Okay. I think Lalia would probably discern the kind of checked out vibes, and also she's assuming that Zan is capable of navigating his own city. So like if he goes wandering off with only half his mind in gear, she thinks he could probably find his way home. So she will stay at the house and keep an eye on Aiden, assuming he is also staying.
Yeah, Aiden does not look like he wants to go anywhere tonight, so yeah.
I think with a couple of you setting out and a couple of you staying back. At this point, Lalia, you see Gostier is kind of hanging out in the other room, and he looks over towards the two of you staying. He says, so we going after that little girl?
Which little girl?
Well, there's somebody traveling with your friends here. Did you not know her?
Oh yes, I'd heard a word or two about her, but I have not yet met her, no.
Huh. Well, I guess she got captured, and I'm assuming, based on what these fellers have said, that that's where I'm going to find my goblin. Now, you mentioned the goblin too, right?
Yes, indeed, yes. You'd think that I'm thinking perhaps too maybe all the goblins are together. What the fuck does this guy have against goblins? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Well, you got a goblin friend? I thought I was the only one.
We've been over this, Gostier. She stayed at your house.
Oh, well, I wasn't there. Well, I was drunk.
So glad I entrusted her with you. This explains so much.
Why is she so important to you? She like your sister or something?
No, she's not my sister. That would be weird.
I don't know. Droopy's like a brother to me, so I just figured.
No, that is not what this is, no. She's very important to me.
Alright, why is she so important to you?
Because she is my girlfriend. Okay? She is my girlfriend and she got taken away and I'm not happy about it. You know, she's usually pretty good at taking care of herself, but you know, you get snatched through a portal and you aren't expecting it. What are you going to do? You're going to, like, you know, just get captured or whatever, but now I got to go get her. told her grandpa I'd keep her safe, and now she's in what, hell or something? This is not a good impression to make on the in-laws, let me tell you what.
Well, I guess that's a
Uh,
good reason.
Lalia's in love.
Does Aiden
Never
say
thought I'd
that,
see
or
the
is that
day.
Alex?
Aiden says that. Lalia's in love. Never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, well, you know, take a good look. It's great. Wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
So wait, is that what you were doing while you weren't with your friends? You were out going on dates with the goblin?
I mean, yeah, we went on one date. I just, you know, I don't really know how to tell when a date ends. We went to dinner and we killed some people. It was interesting, you know, and then and that was kind of it. And then we were just together for the rest of the time. But no, that's not the only thing I was doing, no. I had other things. Important things. When we were under Aiden's hometown, that was the first time someone died and I didn't bring them back. We were fortunate to have the alliance of a deity who was listening to Aiden and Aiden's own wisdom in the moment. But that left a lot up to fate for a thing that I had taken for granted as being a given. And it made me think about all the people in the world who aren't so fortunate as to know how to resurrect someone who has died. People who lose loved ones, or people very important to them. And it made me realize that my own parents didn't have someone there who could bring them back. I'd always kind of taken it for granted that, you know, it was their time, despite the fact that it was given to them far sooner than it should have been. But then I began to wonder, like, what if someone had intervened? What if someone had been there? What if I had been stronger and knew what I know now when it happened? Perhaps so very many things could have been avoided, not just their death, but so much of all of this. You know, if my dad had still been alive, would he have been able to stop Bashir and the Zentarum, and would they be as strong as they are now? Would they have been able to help Cryo as much as they have? I don't know. So then I began to wonder, like, is it too late? You know, most of the magic I know is pretty much like if you die. I got the few seconds to get over there and shove a diamond into your chest. But if a deity can step in through a little tiny dragon and an amulet and bring a whole bunch of people back from the brink like that, then perhaps divine magic is even stronger than we knew. And so I went looking. Is their magic stronger to bring people back? And I found answers. There is. It's expensive as fuck. But yeah, you know, you can bring someone back from a long time ago. Not just a couple decades, but even longer. And so I found this magic, and Bink's dad is rich as fuck. And he gave us a bunch of money, so I thought, well, you know, maybe this is a time I found someone who knew the magic, and maybe they could bring my parents back. And would that make a difference? So I went to ask them. You know, Scarrett gave me this is it flower?
Yeah.
Flower that I can use to talk to my mom, which is pretty cool. So I asked her, I said, Mom, I know this person and I have this money. I could bring you back. We could be alive again. We could be together. And what she said surprised me. She said no. No, because she would not change what had been done. Not just because of how long ago it was and how much has changed in between, but I don't know. She said she was very proud of me, and she wouldn't change any of it for anything. She wishes she could take the pain away of growing up alone and angry as I was. But she knows that I'm now with people who love me and take care of me, put me in my place when I need it. Looks at Aiden. But she said no. Well, you know, I respect that decision. But then I knew I still wanted to do something, right? It took me so long to find this information about how to bring someone back after they've been dead for a very long time. And there's not much I can do about that, right? Because I was going to have to pay somebody else to do it. But you know, I do know how to bring someone back if just in a split moment of danger, their last breath is taken. And not everybody knows that, right? And I have the ability to share that, right? I sent Xantadar off with a bunch of scrolls with this magic in it so that he could keep these guys safe while I was gone. As far as I know, I don't think he ever had to use one of them, which is pretty impressive. But perhaps, you know, there are adventuring parties or people or just, you know, young practicers of magic who don't know how to do this. And maybe I could give it to them to make sure that in those moments when the world seems like it's collapsing around you and your loved one or your friend or whoever has passed away in front of you, you can intervene. So I met with Neddy, you know Neddy, with the magic shop, and we started a little exchange. I make scrolls now of the revivification magic, and I give them to her. And anytime she's visited by anybody who is perhaps in need of a little bit of that magic, she gives them my scrolls. So that is what I've been doing. Oh, that and helping with the new reinvigorated Centaur training camp for teens. You know, learning how to be soldiers and stuff like when I was little.
Well, someone's been a busy centaur.
Something like that. And Jennifer and I were having a nice evening off in the midst of all of this when Cryo showed up.
I guess I should say that it's dangerous looking back on the past and wondering what could have been compared to what did happen. It's try not to focus on the what ifs, the possibilities, because at the end of the day they didn't happen. And to some degree there are certain things that we simply cannot change. And to focus back on that would easily cause us to fall off the path that we're currently on. Hell, I have a feeling if I had not met all of you when I did, hell, I might be the host of an undead dragon at the moment. Not sure I'd have the willpower to have resisted that. So, if you do look back on the past, let it remind you of why you're on the path you're on. Don't let it drag you from that path, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I like that. And you know, as much as I occasionally think, man, those years were rough. You know, the ones right after I ran away. I think I kind of agree with my mom. Looking at where we are now, ignoring the going to hell part, I don't think I'd change a thing. I lost my family when I was little, but I got a pretty bomb-ass new family now. Complete with all of the complexities of a family.
Yeah, I suppose you do. This Gostier has you tuned out of this conversation and start talking about magic.
Oh, he's just watching.
I was gonna say, did he fall asleep? That was rather long.
He's just reclined listening.
I've never seen him so relaxed.
You should see what they get up to at the house. Goodness. Feel bad for Taylor every now and then.
It's not that bad.
It smells like feet everywhere.
You never had a fart contest?
No.
Uh,
Can't say I
I
have.
know what you're missing out on.
That sounds like something Artie would have me try. So what of this Calliope, Aiden? Are we going after her?
It takes Aiden a moment to formulate words. And he gets back that somber expression you saw like maybe 5 minutes ago, depending how long Walia talked. That's the plan. I just hope that when we get there, it isn't too late. It's a difficult battle, knowing someone that you care for is more or less battling against enslavement, bound to a deity who I would have to consider an enemy. But even in the face of certain death, she, at least from what I could tell, chose her friends. I don't... It's not a fate that she deserves. Whatever that fate may be down in the hells. So I'm going to make sure that fate doesn't happen.
are now defying fate, are we?
We've done it more than once.
I suppose.
Well, maybe we're fulfilling a certain fate. Who knows?
I think even Scarrett would say that we have some control over what happens to us and to her. Speaking of Scarrett, I see you and Bami have been getting closer.
How so?
I don't know. Perhaps it is that you have recently made some kind of oath to him, maybe? You feel a little bit more responsible to him, perhaps?
Aiden just gives you that deer in a deer, like, just deer eyes look right now. He has no idea what you are talking about. He knows he's a champion of Bahamut. That is... I don't know about anything other than that. Being a champion of Bahamut has its own fucking responsibilities.
Perhaps it is that
He doesn't
you
know.
have- Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No, you're good.
He's just giving you the deer in the eye, deer eyes look. He's you remember that Aiden's not much of a religious man,
Yeah.
so the idea of clerics and paladins is entirely foreign to him a little bit. I mean, he was still just getting used to magic in general with a dragon mark piece for this long of time. Now you're telling him, oh, you might have a different kind of responsibility. What? Put that on top of the list, I guess. He doesn't. You might need to clarify better.
There's no reason to look like you're going to throw up. These are usually good things. Goodness. And you can't
Normally
tell me
I
it was
would-
the dinner. I know Dad and I did a great job.
When you mention the dinner, he makes a fake retch. Like,
Don't be ridiculous. All I'm saying is, and you know, I'm not exactly an expert on this, but I know the signs. Believe me. You see it for the 15th time in a little 15-year-old centaur, and you know exactly what's going to happen next. I think you'll
and
find.
what exactly is going to happen next?
I think you're going to find that Bahamut has blessed you in ways that are beyond what you've seen so far. You might see that you have some new abilities that you're not used to. In fact, and with Alex's permission, Wally's gonna rub her chin, look him up and down, and then just punch him in the face.
Oh boy.
With Alex's permission.
You sure? Will that be retaliation? Maybe. I don't know yet. Go ahead.
So this is obviously not her hooves, so it's 6 points of damage. Do you want me to roll to hit? Would you like me to unarmed strike?
That's up to the DM.
No, that's up to Aiden. Is he seeing this coming? Is he just gonna take it, or does he want to?
I mean, he's across. I mean, he's across the table, so you can see it coming. Yeah, I'd say he tried to avoid it because he's like, what the fuck? What is going on right now? We're talking about responsibilities. We're talking about potential things happening, and now he's trying to sock you in the jaw.
Then yes, roll to hit.
Okay. What's his AC right now?
23.
You're sitting here in your full armor.
Yeah, I'm always sitting in my armor. Look at this soldier. He's always sitting in his armor.
Alright. Let's see.
Actually, wait, let me verify something.
Doesn't matter.
Probably
That's
wouldn't
a 30.
Yeah, okay.
So that's 6 points of damage.
just hear. Oh,
And
the hell was that for?
Hold on. She's going to like hold up her hands and like just wait. And then she's going to take your hand and turn it and place it on your own cheek where she hit you. And she's attempting to trigger your lay on hands.
No, fascinating, Lalia. The only problem is you kind of need a fucking ice bag. On top of that, you know.
So does Aiden's lay on hands trigger?
I don't know if he's aware that he can do that. And if he is, he doesn't know how to channel it because he's never casted anything like
Right.
without some kind of focus like his mark.
Yep. So this is, I mean, you are welcome to homebrew this. You know, you are welcome to interpret this however you want. But for Lalia, she has always experienced that as Scarrett kind of reaching through her palm and making contact with the person she's reaching out to. And so she's attempting to mimic that channel for you.
Lalia, what are you doing right now?
Just wait. It will feel good in just a minute. I promise. Just a moment.
Aiden is so confused.
Any second now.
Oh god. DM, do I feel anything at all? Or am I just sitting here with my hand on my cheek like, what is she doing?
I'll give you a couple options. You can choose for your character if you would like, or I could give Lalia a roll to see if she can force it, or like trigger it within you using her power.
I would say I would only want to force it if you, Alex, wanted Lalia to force it.
I would say that's the option we're gonna go with because Aiden has no idea what is going on,
Okay.
and he has no idea what you're trying to do.
Okay. So
So he has no idea how to trigger himself.
Right?
So given that this is a divine power, and you are a paladin who's used to using it, and you're helping a paladin to use it, I would say it would be a religion check, and you would have advantage.
Okay.
And your DC is going to be like pass-fail, so you need an 11.
Well, let's hope I don't get double ones. That would be a natural 20.
Yep. Not a problem in
Nice.
the world. It takes a few moments, Aiden, and you feel Lalia's hand kind of glowing with some energy. You felt it before. I'm sure she's used laid on hands on you before. And then it feels like it almost travels into your hand. But then your hand on your own face, that energy changes. And it feels, compared to Lalia's energy, it feels foreign. But compared to yourself, it feels natural. And it feels familiar to you. As your lay on hands triggers and you heal. It's your first time. 1 point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I could have decked him for 1 point of damage,
Yeah.
I would have. The minimum I can do is 6.
Aiden now has deer in the eyes look again.
Ah, there it is. Yep. You know, again, don't throw up. You're fine. Just breathe. In through the nose. Out through the mouth.
Alright, your point has been made. You can stop.
Yeah, you're fine. You'll get used to it.
Aiden's like looking down at his hand like, what the fuck? The hell was that? Not you punching me, obviously.
I'd say that
But-
was a good time.
He just kind of narrows his eyes when you say that. So is that what I should be expecting now?
A little bit of it.
Something like...
Yeah.
What? Wonderful. I just that's the list of things I need to understand. Still kind of trying to understand this whole Dragon Mark thing.
You know, sometimes understanding not so necessary. Some mysteries are better left accepted as they are. A gift, a boon. But I don't know how Bami works. You know, I thought I had
And
this
I'm
all
still trying.
figured out, and then I added another voice to my head. And let me tell you what, Artie has far more requests than Scarrett ever did.
That's unfortunate for you. That's pretty quiet. Half the time.
That's pretty fortunate for us.
Not sure what he thinks. And I'm still not sure whether I'm dealing with Evan Death or Dragon that he was before then. Kinda hard to tell. He's not much of a conversationalist. And I've tried. He just gives me 3-word responses.
Always 3?
More or less. He's just hoping the dragon just hears that now and says something out of spite.
Right.
Do I once again just get no response from Evan Death?
Yeah. I mean, you feel him there. He's passive at the moment.
Out of nowhere, Lalia just starts laughing incredibly loud. And, like, tears are streaming down her face as she's trying to get control of herself. And when she finally
What's so funny?
when she finally catches her breath, she goes, Nothing, I just realized. Out of our entire group, you and I are the ones with people talking to us in our heads. I never would have thought that would be the case.
Why is I guess so. While Lolly is sitting there laughing, is there like any fruit or something just on the table from dinner,
Oh, absolutely.
or any like crabs? Okay. And if there's is there a pie by chance?
I don't know. You have to ask Lalia. Did Lalia make a pie?
Absolutely. Were there apples? There is an apple pie.
Excellent. Aiden is just gonna take one slice of apple pie, put it on his plate, and he's gonna chuck the rest at Lalia.
Well, you can't dodge out of that away at that. Are you kidding me?
Covered in apple pie now, Lalia.
She laughs harder. You know, like when you have the giggles
Mm-hmm.
and something happens and it just triggers it even worse.
Oh,
Come
dear.
in's food
I
fight.
think. Oh, good. These fully grown adults having a fight. A schoolyard food fight.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's perfect.
You look back into the parlor and you see a twinkle in Gostier's eyes. He's holding an entire pumpkin.
Oh, God.
Oh shit.
Run!
Just gonna pull my shield off my back and pray to God.
I love this stuff. Well, I think we'll take a second there and cut over to some of our other group. So, Let's grab a shorter one for the little short guy first. How about Bink? You are headed to the town square. While you are on the way, Bink, could you make me a perception check? If you're still here, Xavier.
I'm sorry, that part cut out.
That's right. As you are headed to the town square to play some jams, would you make a perception check for me?
Alrighty. Reception. 9.
Oh boy.
Okay. As you are headed to the square, you notice that there's still quite a bit of people out. You know, you were expecting this, given the circumstances and the way this city seems to work. But you can't help but feel every now and then like maybe somebody was next to you and now they're not. It's a little unnerving, but you keep walking. You eventually make it to the square and you see it's just kind of like the shopping district. There's plenty of places to set up and you start playing. I'd say, you know, probably a solid hour goes by and you start to get some people that give you some tips. I'd say given the circumstances and the fact there's not a lot of money flowing through this town right now, you probably make about 20 gold.
Nice.
But as you are between sets and you're kind of picking up the coins and just kind of, you know, stashing them, you find something odd. And you're with a 9, you're not sure who put it down in your coffer. You're not sure what individual gave you this. But you pick up one of the coins because it's odd. There's plenty of bronze, silver, and gold coins. But you see a coin in your bin that is black.
I'm gonna pick it up and start to. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were still.
Nope, that's exactly what I was waiting for. So as you pick it up,
Okay.
you go to grab it and you get it in your hand. And the moment you pick it up, it feels warm. It's not radiating heat, but your fingers start to tingle. And you feel that tingle go up your palm, into your forearm, all the way up to your shoulder. And you feel that mark on your shoulder just begin to sear a little bit. And you take 1 point of fire damage.
Oh. Righty. I'm like, and then I kind of like let go of the coin as me kind of like does like a little mini scream of pain, and he lets go of the coin and lets it plop on the ground.
As you let the coin go and it begins to fall back down to the earth, it shatters into black dust and soot that just kind of settles on the ground. You just hear a chuckle in your ear.
Oh no.
Bink just starts to look around into the crowd as he hears the giggle.
Make another perception check for me.
No.
16.
I'm not sure, but you could swear that there was somebody just off to your right, and then they're gone. And then somebody just off to your left, staring at you, and you go to look at them and they're gone. This happens a couple times. You feel like somebody is watching you, but as you go to look at them, they're not there. You just feel this dull ache on the symbol on your shoulder.
Bink first came to the center of town to play and kind of clear his thoughts is what he intended, but after picking up the coin and feeling that he's being watched, he doesn't feel welcomed in his usual playing spot that he usually drowns out all of his worries. So he starts to begin to pick up all of his stuff and begin to go back to where his friends are.
Okay. As you're headed back to the house, you hear a whisper in your ear. I'll see you soon.
Bink looks behind him really quickly to check if anybody's there as he hears that.
Nothing.
You see a single strand of sweat go down from the side of his face, and he begins to keep walking back, this time a little more faster, because he does not feel safe alone now.
Alright. As you make it back to the house, I'd like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
21.
You open the door to Zanzidar's abode, and whether it be your nimble reflexes or the fact that you're just so alert right now because of what just happened, you manage to avoid an apple that comes flying at your head as you see Aiden and Lalia and Gostier engaged in a food fight.
Bink's like, what's happening?
Bink, you're on my team. Come on. Get them.
You don't get to just recruit him outright.
Yes, I do. I said it first. He's my team.
The hell it is, and he just you see Aiden chuck.
As I go over to Lalia's side right away.
Hey.
Traitor!
You guys are
Bink's worries flowed away a little bit. Kind of like his worries lessen after that little encounter with an apple falling at his face.
wonderful. So as you guys continue to partake, we jump over to Zanzibar. So Zanzibar, you have stepped out of your house and began walking through your city. Where are you headed? What's on Zan's mind this evening?
So you know how, like, when you're a little kid, you have certain spots within your own town where they were, like, your place to play, like your fort,
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. He's, after walking a few blocks, he's headed to one of those places to see what has become of it, and if it's still there.
Okay. Where would it be? Some of your options are around the market area. You've got some of the, like the upper ring of the city is kind of your, if it's not market, then it's houses, medium-sized houses. There's the inner ring, which are some of the family houses. And then there's the area directly around the oasis. That's kind of, it's a mixture of farmland and like small shacks and things of that nature.
It'd be within, like, the housing area. Because we probably weren't allowed to wander out in the oasis, just for safety reasons and parents yapping at us and whatnot, as to not drown. I don't think it would be near the market. So.
Okay. So somewhere in the middle-ish ring, you just meandering, you almost naturally just kind of follow a path that takes you down some alleys. You see a couple people that are clearly homeless of some nature. Not a lot, and they're not like ragged, they're not unkempt. They're moderate, to say the least. And you find a small place that looks, it's just kind of like a little hovel in between some buildings where some extra materials have been laid, and it almost made like a small cave. It's not really a cave, I think you get what I mean, just like a little box area. It'd be big enough for, 3 or 4 kids to stand up and walk around in or sit down. And you see, looking into it now, you see some carvings and some etchings and maybe some finger paintings on the wall that you and your friends had left behind. Things that you guys had sketched. Maybe your names are there. Old pacts that you had made as children written down on the wall. And you look down and you see that it is currently inhabited. There is a kinku, maybe around your age, maybe a little bit older, that currently has a bedroll there, and you see some travel-worn bags with some rations and provisions in them. It seems like somebody is using it at the moment, but it's still there. It's in an okay shape. Hasn't changed a whole lot.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you have friends who also hang out in here?
Kind of shakes his head no. Friends.
Oh. I see. This used to be my hangout. It was a pretty good hangout. What are you doing here? Do you have a home?
He shakes his head again. As you look around and kind of taking in this spot now, you begin to pick up on a few more things. You see stains on his clothes and markings on his fingers and his shoulders, and some of the tools that are attached to the side of his bag. You very quickly pick up on the fact that this gentleman probably worked at the excavation. And you would recognize that working at the excavation is, for some people, a lifelong job. Because of how much is underneath the desert, a lot of people just end up living at the excavation site in tents or communes or things of that nature, so that they're close to work, and it's all they know. They come to town for supplies and things of that nature, but you gather that this person may have came from Zayasnak at some point, but he's not the type of person that would have a home here. He would be the type of individual that probably lived on site for dozens of years, potentially, depending on how old they are when they started working.
How old are you?
He holds up 3 feathered fingers, and then 5 feathered fingers.
So, 8?
Shakes his head, holds up 3 feathered fingers, and then 5 feathered fingers from his other hand next to it.
35.
Gives you a nod. 35.
And you were kicked out of the excavation site?
Gives you a shake. Kicked out. Or a nod, I should say. So, yes.
What did you do there?
Excavate.
Well, yes, obviously. I just didn't know if there was anything more specific. If you were in charge of the site or worked with blueprints or I don't know, any number of things.
He rummages in his bag for a moment and he pulls out some papers, and you see on these papers some rudimentary sketches. They look like things that he created. And he says, excavate, blueprints. And looking over them, they look like maps. So you start to gather that this gentleman probably made maps of the areas they were excavating, but also probably helped in the digging and the things of that nature.
Could I have those?
Kind of looks at you with like a questioning glance.
I can pay you for them.
Gives you a nod. Pay.
How about 10 gold?
He holds the maps out to you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
When's the last time you ate?
He looks over at some opened ration cans on the side, and you can tell that they were recently warmed up, so maybe like a small fire or something. He says, recent.
I think I can find you some better food than that.
Better food?
Yeah. Do you wanna follow me?
Follow you. And he begins to stand up and just kind of grabs his pack, leaving everything else behind.
I'm gonna go ahead and walk this guy back to my dad's house.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Yep. Okay.
As you get closer to your abode, you hear quite a bit of commotion and laughter coming from inside your home.
Well, that's interesting.
As you open the door, you see all of your traveling companions currently throwing food at each other.
Well, there's where the food was. Hey! Knock it off! You're making a mess. Besides, I have another hungry mouth to feed.
You all see Zan standing in the door and a feathered individual behind him that most of you recognize as an Aarakocra. Or a Kinku, sorry.
Guy was hanging out in one of my old forts. He got kicked out of the excavation site and kindly sold me these maps. But he's only been eating rations, so I kind of figured Lalia's cooking is better than rations.
Gee, thanks, Antidar, for the high praise.
Did you mean that sarcastically? I can't tell.
Honestly, I just want Zanzidar to not be sure.
Oh. Okay.
That's even funnier.
Anyway, go grab a seat, and I'll get you a plate.
Grab a seat. You see he kind of just tenderly steps over lumps of food on the ground and takes a seat at the table.
Have we ceased food fighting?
That's up to you guys.
Did we listen to Zanzidar?
I mean, does God steer cease fighting?
He's holding a handful of stuff and looking at you guys.
I suppose playtime's over.
I mean, I'd expect this if you guys were at Bink's house, but here? Really?
Oh, why not? We're already on terrible foods as is.
Aiden
I
started
suppose
it.
so.
Point in following it.
Aiden started it? That's surprising.
Technically, you did, Lalias, when you decided to sock me in the jaw.
Yeah, but you escalated it.
I don't think throwing a piece of pie at you is considered an escalation to physical assault, but okay.
Now we're just word splicing.
Wait, were you guys like sparring again or what?
No, I just punched Aiden in the face to prove that he could heal himself.
You can heal yourself now?
I guess. It's a new trick I learned, apparently.
He's still feeling pretty nauseous about it, so I wouldn't push it.
Okay. Well, I mean... Hey, that's a weight off my shoulders.
How do you mean?
Considering our friend that got taken was a monk, all the healing which you, like, do sometimes had fallen to me. And, like, I'm okay at it. Not great.
Yeah, but you were fine, right? Nothing bad happened.
I mean, we're all still standing, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it's not like anybody died.
Right.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't rely on Aiden too much. As you can see, his eye's still red, so he's got a ways to go to figure out how to do a lot of healing, but he'll get there.
Could have also just, held back. Could have been an option.
Nah.
So, did you make some money, Bink? You were gonna go play in the square?
Yeah, I need like 20 coins. Oh yeah, so a thing happened also. There's a weird black coin in the coin pile, and I picked it up, and then it made
As I show the tattoo on my shoulder.
made this tattoo, flare up and burn my shoulder, and then I feel like the demon's watching me.
Lalia, I believe this is new to
Why
you.
would there be a demon watching you, Bink? And where did you get the
That's
tattoo?
right. That's right. You weren't here for that. I picked a card, and I'm basically I'm being hunted by a demon, so I have to kill it. Maybe a wish spell or something can get rid of it. But we might have to, since we're going to hell, we might have to beat it down there. Or here. I don't know when they're gonna attack me. They're just hunting me because of this tattoo that's magically imbued on me.
Looks back at Zanzar. So glad everybody was fine.
A lot has happened since you weren't. No, a lot has happened since you weren't here.
Uh-huh. Just demons hunting Bink. For playing cards? Is that what you lost in a game of cards?
Do we show her the cards? Do you not know about the cards?
We can show her the cards. For the record, they came from Nettie. If you want to blame someone, blame her. Pull out the cards.
Who bought them from Eddie?
Alright. What are these? Do I get any essence off of them?
I mean, you can feel that they are definitely magical.
You were playing with a stacked deck? I still don't really understand. Where were you playing this game of cards that...
You don't play a game of cards with them, Lalia. You draw a card and some sort of effect, either good, bad, or terrible, happens to you.
Well, that sounds like terrible odds. Why would anybody draw one?
Did. And, well, yeah, that happened.
Well, I mean, we got like some 20,000 gold out of these cards or something.
Oh, yeah, I got.
Wait, did I get money? I think I did.
You got gems.
I
and
lost
ornaments.
at least
50.
100 something thousand.
Yeah, I got like $50,000 from it.
Wait, but wait, Aiden, what?
Oh, I lost all of my money, and somehow any ownership of land that I had seemed to vanish as if no trace of it existed. Literally, Rhaegar had to come and re-put my name on the deed of our house in Lilion.
Y'all really...
That
When
was
didn't we
interesting.
determine that? Well, but didn't we determine that to be a group home, so only your name was deducted from the house?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Rhaegar had to come put my name back on the group of names.
Oh, okay.
That's also, I just realized, my own home.
So I
No,
guess
I'm
you'll
not
have to pay me
even-
rent when you want to use the forge again.
The fuck I do? Go ahead, charge me rent when I'm trying to make something for you.
Aiden, put
Yeah,
the
well, that
yams
works out
down.
for you.
Put the yams down and walk. The food fight is over. Well, okay. What did I'm assuming Calliope was there with you. What card did she get? Or did she not draw one?
She got 3 wishes.
Oh, like a genie or something?
Yeah.
What she used them on?
It's part of the reason she's captured right now. She decided to use one of her wishes to get sent to Tyr's temple in the Plain of Pandemonium.
Why would she
To-
do
Did we ever
that?
tell?
To steal
Something like I told the story.
the recipe book for the runestone and the runestone.
Uh-huh.
Which is, like I said before, she was captured by Cryo, but when it came time to try to reveal the runestone, she refused. when it turned out that she was working for either Tiamat or Miracle. I'm still unsure about that. But in the end, she defied a god and chose her friends over that.
Which is very weird because, like, she was part of the Scaly Eyes, and usually they do a good job of, like, doing background checks on people and whatnot.
Well, they don't let just
Who's to
anybody
say this?
in.
Who's to say this couldn't have happened when she was already a part of the Scaly Eyes?
Hmm. Yeah, that too, I guess.
Well, at the end of the day, these are questions that we can't really solve right now. Right now, our priority is really getting to hell, freeing Calliope, finding Droopy.
Killing a demon
And
for
if-
pink.
That as well.
Eh.
And if Calliope... Actually, Aiden's gonna stop talking. He doesn't know if they're being listened in on right now. And he's gonna look at everyone else like we should stop talking out loud about this information because this isn't the first time that we've been listened in on. If we're being listened in on, as a matter of fact, he's gonna use Divine Sense.
The only fey, fiend, or undead that you sense within your presence is Lalia.
Hello. Seeing Aiden trigger this thing that she's familiar with, she makes a silly face.
Makes her what?
A silly face.
What is that face you're making?
You see me. Hello.
That's all it hits, right? Fey, fiend, undead.
Yes.
Yep.
Behind all cover and all that good stuff.
Cool.
So, are we just supposed to pass notes now then? If we're not supposed to be
Or
talking about
use-
it?
We could go
Or
into
use the sending stones.
Inks Bay Ancient May.
Or use the sending
Perhaps
stones.
pay.
You do all have sending stones.
We do all
right?
have sending stones now.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's not much we can do tonight, though. So, unless you guys have other stuff you want to do tonight.
I think we're due for some good rest.
I do have just
Yeah, I'm
one
kinda
thing.
tired from today.
I have just one thing. It won't take long. But Xantadar, you had wanted a tuning fork, right? For the Feywild?
Yes.
Yeah, so I have that. But I also have gifts for all of you.
You mean I get something else besides a tuning fork?
No, you get the tuning fork. You just picked your souvenir.
Aww. Okay.
I'll keep it. You
What?
don't want it.
No, I want it.
Alright, so Lalia pulls out her bag and grabs 3 things. The first she hands to Zanzidar, and this is your tuning fork. It is on a chain. It's a bright blue gemstone. Lalia says this is a gemstone unique to the Feywild. I don't know that the DM ever picked what it was called. And it's set into a gold setting that holds it to the chain, and there are threads of silver and gold throughout the inside of the gemstone that at first just look like kind of threads of metal that you would see in rock in general, but as you hold it up to the light and turn it, they almost look like lightning bolts.
Nice.
I think that will work. That should do the trick.
Did you make this?
No, I had some help from Bun Bun.
Oh, that's even better.
They say hi, by the way.
Well, I mean, when you see him again, say hi back.
Alright, I will do that if you're not with me. And then she says, you know, you two didn't need tuning forks, but I suppose these might also work if we ever lose that one. And so to Bink, she hands, it's a goblet, and the stem of the goblet looks like a tree. And then the cup part of the goblet looks as though it has been, like, it's shaped into branches, and on the branches are little apples. You know, if you ever get sick of drinking right out of your jug, you can use the goblet. Yes?
So, in an emergency?
Exactly. And an apple juice emergency. You got it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then to Aiden, she hands, it's a, you already have an amulet, but this would be like a holy emblem kind of a deal. It's like a little pin or a
An
pendant.
amulet? I don't think I have an amulet.
Yeah, you do. Your little dragon was in it for forever.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I lost that. The dragon, like, did its thing.
No, you got it. It's just solid now.
So this would be like a pin you could put on like your lapel or your arm, which Lalia has one of Scarret. But it is a sword made, it's like coated in platinum, but it is made of just like a hard metal. And on the shaft of the blade, written in Draconic, is the word protector. And in the hilt of the blade, there are 3 tiny stones. One is blue, one is purple, and one is green.
Out of character, can I guess the item that she's giving me before you tell me?
In what
Are you
sense?
okay with that?
Oh, I don't think it's a magic
this-
item. I think it's just a.
Oh,
Yeah.
creation.
sad. Okay. Okay.
was gonna say,
I was curious
wow.
because the way she described it, I was like, wait, that sounds very specific. Fine.
It was specific, but no, it's not magical.
Okay. But please continue, sorry.
No, that's okay. That was it. It's a little pin in the shape of a sword. And on the blade of the sword, it says protector in Draconic. And then put into the hilt of the sword are 3 stones. One is blue, one is purple, and one is green.
Didn't know you were so good at fashioning gifts.
I'll be honest, Jennifer helped a lot.
But it was your idea to begin with.
pretty much.
And Aiden's gonna hug Valia.
All right. Ugh. You still have potato in your hair.
Pink also hugs like one of the legs because he's too short to hug her, so he just hugs one of the
boy.
legs.
All right.
You're gonna have to get used to those emotions one way or another, Lalia. You have a girlfriend after all.
Yeah, we need to go get her very soon.
So, as you guys are finishing these conversations, Gastier kind of stands up and looks at y'all. He's like, well, I guess if y'all are going to use your sending stones to decide what to do, just fill me in the morning somehow, I guess. I'm going to bed.
Do you know sign language?
Nope.
Good, because neither do I.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Alright, good night.
Well, he kind of walks over into the side bedroom where you see your father has set up some bed rolls for most of you. And on that as well, you see that the Kinku at the table, Zanzibar, has been served. Looks like your brother's brought him some stuff, and he is a full belly. And he kind of nods and gives a little bow and steps over to you, Zan, and gives a little bow of his head.
You know, you can stay here. You don't have to go back out to the streets.
Just kind of looks at you and he shakes his head. Stay here.
Shakes his head, yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay. Like,
Yeah, shakes his head no.
okay. Well, you have a good night as well then.
He puts a hand out to you. Like, to shake your hand.
Okay. I'll place my hand out as well
Okay.
and shake it.
Make a perception check for me.
Haha, 9.
Okay.
Conveniently low.
Something's off. You're not sure what. It's weird. His hand feels different. You're expecting feathers, but it's rough. You kind of maybe just attribute it to the fact that he's been an excavator for so long. Maybe that's what this is. You're not real sure. You just kind of brush it off as he shakes your hand. As he goes to let go, you see a small twinkle in his eye. He turns his head and looks at you, Zan. Come see me when you're back from hell.
Zan's jaw drops.
He turns and walks out the door.
Why are things never okay around us?
I think we attract it.
Zan.
Hmm.
It takes you a second more with that perception check. You feel something heavy in your palm.
In my what? My pocket? I
In
hear.
your palm, in the palm of your hand.
In my palm. I'll look down and see what's there.
See a small yellow coin. Not quite gold, not quite clay, somewhere in between. It has a symbol on it. A symbol you've seen, but aren't extremely familiar with. It's the symbol of Polyachronos.
I think I'll keep that to myself.
Cool. You all hear the door close as this seemingly Kinku steps out and leaves your party. Zan, your two brothers and your father begin to head upstairs to their own bedrooms, kind of giving you all a goodnight nod and informing you that 2 spare bedrooms have been made up, one for the males, one for the females.
Woo! It's my own bed. I will clean up before I go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
I can help you with that.
I appreciate it.
So you guys set about cleaning up, getting everything kind of put back. Are you having any discussions about your plans in the open or sending stones? Are you waiting till tomorrow? What's that look like?
Probably just wait until tomorrow. Too many things went on tonight, and don't want to bring up heavy stuff again.
Mm-hmm. Well, anything else before bed?
Just as we're washing up the dishes and whatnot. I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad to be back. I missed you guys.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying I didn't miss you either.
It's okay, I know.
That's it.
Well, with the evening behind you, you all settle in for a restful night's sleep. No events, nothing spectacular overnight, but you all get some solid rest and awake early the next morning as Riku comes down and starts knocking on doors and waking you all up. What are we doing?
We're going to hell!
Whee!
Sarcastically.
Well, what's the plan? We leaving now? We leaving later?
I don't know. I have to check in with other people.
Well, you guys figure it out. I'm gonna get some breakfast.
Okay.
He walks off.
The others are awake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're coming to consciousness.
Over the sending stones. What do you guys need to do to get ready to go? I mean, I guess obviously we'll have breakfast, but
I suppose we visit that visits Nettie's, I guess, on the way.
yeah, if you want to.
Wasn't hurt.
Do that first. Stock up on supplies and then we'll head out.
Okay.
Alrighty, well, so you guys, I'm assuming, grab some breakfast, grab Rico, start heading towards the market district. You make it there without issue. It seems to be just as busy as it was the last time you were here as you step foot in the square. You head over to Nettie's, right next door to Miwa. As you step in, open the door to Nettie's shop, you are greeted with the smell of leather. As you look around and see a plethora of different sized bags and purses adorning the walls of this shop. Hello! Here to buy a bag?
No, not really.
Wow, it's you guys.
Yeah.
Alright, what do you need?
I mean, magic items, probably.
The box.
You guys got
Same
a lot
thing
of
we
stuff.
normally do.
Alright, you guys got a lot of stuff on hold. Starting to wonder if you're ever gonna pay me.
The next time we find a dragon's treasure hold, it's all going to you.
Oh, alright, well, step on up. As she snaps her fingers and her shop turns into the magic items area. So who's going first today?
Not it.
I don't think I'm going to pull this time. I actually have a request to make of you, but I can wait until they're done with their plucking.
Well, alright. She looks over at you, Bink. I guess you're first then.
Okay.
As Bink goes up to reach inside the box.
Roll a d10.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's a 2.
Cool. I'll roll a d100.
That is an 8.
Okay. Alright. Bink, you reach into the bag and you pull out a small vial filled with some red liquid. And she says, "Oh, that's a potion of greater healing." You can have it.
I can just have it.
Yep.
Okay.
As I just take the greater healing and put it in my inventory. And then I hop down and I let somebody else pick.
Suppose I'll go next.
Okie dokie. Roll a d10.
Pen.
And a d100.
$49.
You pull out a +3 chain shirt.
Don't need it. I already got my big boy armor.
Okie dokie. Any of your friends wear that stuff?
I don't know. Maybe.
Let's see. Chain shirt is
Sure, Binks.
medium armor.
Funny enough, Bink wears medium armor.
I wear medium armor.
Yeah, it's probably not any better than anything you guys already have. 'Cause it would be 16 plus a maximum of 2 from your dex, so it could give you a maximum of 18 AC.
Plus 3, so 21.
No, that was with the plus 3.
No,
The
the
chain shirt is
yeah.
13.
Oh, ew.
So it starts
Nah.
at 16 because it's a plus 3.
But it-
Ew.
well, it doesn't do disadvantage on stealth checks.
Correct. Alright, well, if nobody wants this one, we'll just put it back.
Okay.
I was born to be loud.
Alright, who's next?
I can go.
Cool. Roll a d10.
Three.
Roll a d100.
67.
You pull out a small vial full of a grayish, cloudy substance with some blue sparkles in it.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "Oh, that's a potion of mind reading. You can have it."
Perfect.
And she looks over at you, Aiden, and she says, "Alright, you didn't want to put your hand in, but you had a question?"
I had an item on hand that I was wondering if you'd be able to enchant certain properties.
What are you thinking?
And he puts down the emblem that Lalia gave him. I was wondering if you could imbue this emblem with a sort of protective magic, the kind that can defend against the more deadlier of his. And the item I am trying to describe, DM, is a guardian emblem. It is an uncommon, wondrous item that requires attunement by a cleric or paladin.
Hmm.
This emblem is a symbol of a deity or a spiritual tradition. This emblem has 3 charges. You or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you suffers a critical hit while you are wearing the armor or shield that this emblem attaches to. You can use your reaction, spend 1 charge, to turn the critical hit into a normal hit. And since there are 3 gemstones imbued into this emblem, I thought that that'd be interesting to signify the 3 charges. And
Yeah,
the 3 charges
totally.
are regained daily at dawn.
Definitely had this in mind. Definitely. Totally.
She looks at you, Aiden, and she's like, "Oh, that's kind of interesting. You'd want something like that. You see, I'm really good at, putting spells on items, but something like a Guardian's emblem, that requires somebody with divinity to do it. And that's not really me." And she kind of looks over at Lalia. She's like, "I bet you that one could do it. Might take her a week."
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Hmm.
You don't like my gift, Aiden?
Well, you're the one that decided to inscribe Protector on this thing. So,
I thought that's who you were.
exactly. So why would I not try to make it an item that can do more protecting?
This feels like re-gifting.
Re-gifting.
How is it re-gifting? You think of me as a
Or, you
protector,
know,
I'm trying to do my job as a protector to make something that can protect
You
you.
just
What
asked
do you...
for the receipt so you could take it back and get the one you wanted.
I'm just mad because you didn't think of it.
No, it doesn't even matter if I thought of it or not. Now you're telling me I got to make it the way you want it? Goodness gracious.
Well,
No
I wasn't.
good deed goes unpunished.
I was actually thinking of asking for somebody else's help. You kind of need your magic at the moment.
Well, now I'm not even good enough to make it for you. Whatever, Aiden.
Do you want to spend a week? I don't think we have exactly a week for sit around and wait for you to enchant this thing.
I don't know. How important is it? Could drop everything and just focus on your amulet that I painstakingly shopped for.
Aiden eventually tunes out Lolly and tries to pray to Bahamut. Like, I don't understand the confusion here. You called me a protector. I'm trying to make this useful for everyone as a protector. I'm getting a lot of sass for it.
Hey, if you enchant Aiden's, could you enchant mine too?
Son of a... Above table, the intention was to put a death ward in every single one, but I was worried that Chris would get frustrated with all of you having death ward every single day.
Listen, you said the way you described Aiden's gift. That's why I was like, ooh, this sounds very specific to a particular item. I'm like, oh, it's not that item? Okay. Do I have an idea now, though?
Oh my god. Can't get anybody
I would like to try to. I would like to try to make a connection to Bahamut.
Sure, make a religion check.
Oh boy, back to one of those again.
Welcome to being a paladin. We make them
Not
a lot.
proficient in religion.
Hang on.
Okay.
Guidance.
Hey, nice.
So, if Zanzar's guiding you, you can add a d4 to that roll.
Do.
Nice.
Why not? I'll add the d6 as well. Why not? It's a new day.
Cool. Yes, burn all your resources.
It's only a d6.
Nick,
It's
he
fine.
says that now.
It's a 20. That's a 20.
You focus for a moment and you try and reach out to the deity that you've begun serving, and you feel a connection. You don't hear anything necessarily, but you feel heard in the moment.
I have a request for you this time, Bahamut. I have recently come into possession of a gift I received from a dear friend. I was wondering if you could perhaps bless this item so that it may serve my allies and protect them from more of the more deadlier hits, I guess is the way I could describe this.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Yeah, just persuade a god. Go for it.
I can certainly try. And Beyond is acting up. Why you acting up, Beyond? Why you acting up? Okay, do I want... Now I feel like karma's hitting me in the butt. 'Cause now I really wish I could have had that D6.
It's just a D6.
Why not? I'll use commanding presence, but this is not me trying to command a god. I am not commanding a god. I want to make that real clear, DM. I'm not commanding my god to bless this item. Okay.
Whatever you say.
Well, that's another 7, so that's a 31 on persuasion.
Okay. You hear a voice peek into your mind. I make you a champion. I give you a sword of the gods. And that's not enough. You travel with two who have divinity within them. That's a task I think they could use. I could certainly bless your emblem to do what you wish, but across this great distance, that would certainly take quite a bit of my power to do. And if you're not aware, I'm fighting other battles against the armies of hell right now. Just as you are. I could bless it for you, but don't expect help for a little while after that. Or you could have your friends do it.
I would not ask this of you if time were not of the essence on our end. With multiple of our friends down in the hells, and their fate so uncertain, and with the runestone now compromised, I simply could not afford to wait for other means to take place.
You hear a sigh. Says, alright. 1 week without my protection.
Very well.
It'll cost you. You're going into hell. I won't be able to do much, and this will expend the power I have to touch the mortal realm for at least 7 days. That includes the realm of hell. Should you die, I cannot help you.
If I am to perish, I perish protecting the ones I hold dear and fulfilling my duty as a protector. If it means perishing in the hells, so be it.
So be it indeed. You feel the connection severed. You feel the emblem in your hand begin to heat up. As it absorbs some divine magical essence from only the gods know where. You have a guardian emblem.
Isalia still
I will
rubbing sass.
I'll also say, for the first time in a minute, you feel spiritually alone. But yes, Lalia, you do see this energy begin to pool into the trinket that you gave Aiden.
Whatever.
What?
Thought it was cool by itself, but no. Last time I bring Aiden a souvenir. Jeez Louise.
Wait, so what happened? What'd he say?
Well, as Aiden proceeds to fix the emblem to his armor, this emblem will now be able to protect both myself and the rest of you from the most deadliest of hits. However, it has come at a cost. For the next 7 days, I will be without Bahamut's protection.
Wait, these next 7 days?
The time that it
Like-
would have taken you to enchant this item.
So, like, the next 7 days. The days in which we're going to hell.
Yes.
You're going in without... Oh my god. You are very new to this? And I'm trying to be patient with you? But what the fuck? It's just an emblem.
And what does that mean? Like, can you not heal yourself anymore?
Yeah.
If I die in the hells, Muhammad will not be able to save me.
Yeah, and if you die in the hells, who saves us?
Speaking of dying, I need some
Are
revived
you
scrolls.
get revived in hell?
Can you be revived in hell? I guess we'll fucking find out if he dies. Aiden just like Aiden just like gives you a stare down, Malia. You called me a protector.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might take that title back now.
What, should we call him stupid from now on?
I think so. I think it might be a better fit.
Or bonehead?
You have much to learn, Aiden. Much to learn. What is this about Revivify Scrolls there, Zandstar?
I need more of them.
Wait. You used some? I left you with like 3.
You left me with 2! I used 1.
Who do you use it on?
Oh, I don't know, the shortest person here.
Think I worry about you. Well, anyway, you know, Neddy, you can give Zan some of my scrolls. I should have more for you before too long. Assuming you still have some.
Yep, I got 12.
Zan, don't take them all. They're for people who don't have our kind of magic.
Oh, okay. So... how many should I take then?
Well, we're gonna need at least one for Aiden over there.
Oh, yeah. 2 for Bonehead. Let's do definitely 2 for Bink.
Wait.
Or maybe,
Yeah, what the-
maybe 3.
Well, remember, I can also just cast this spell, so...
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't before you left.
Yeah, I could.
I'm
That's how
very
you got
sure
the
you
scroll.
couldn't.
I'm pretty sure I could. That is how you got
Oh,
the
okay.
spells. It's okay, it was a long time ago. Oh no, this is falling apart.
I'll take 5 scrolls.
Okie dokie. She hands over 5 scrolls of Revivify.
Yeah.
Lalia makes a note to make sure she replaces the 5.
Yep. Alright. You need anything else?
Lalia, can you cast Sending?
Nope. The only people who can talk to me through sending are you guys with your stones.
Do you have anything that can... any magical item that can cast Sending? Speaking
asking
to Nettie, yeah.
Probably. She looks at the box. If you get lucky.
You're really just not helpful.
Yep.
It's fun to be here, but...
I also got the neighbor. I'm pretty sure she can do it.
yeah, for a favor, and we're not allowed to know what favor that is.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I can
Yeah.
cast it, but I'd ask for a favor too.
Well, I trust you more than I trust the girl next door.
That's unfortunate.
Why?
I'm older. That means I've had more time to come up with dumb stuff for you to do.
Yeah, but like I just have the feeling that you'll ask dumb stuff and not, hey, go kill this person or whatnot.
Oh, alright. I'll let you use my sending, but I want the pinky toe of a devil.
Oh, okay. Well, our bard's being hunted by Zariel. Does that count?
Yeah, we'll just chop all their toes and fingers off.
Sure, that'd be a great one.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Now we get to know what happened to Ferrari.
Like, alright, let's do this. She pulls out a crystal ball and slaps it down on the table. Put your hand on there.
Okay. How's this work? Is it like the lady next door where anybody can be involved in the conversation if they want to be?
It's just sending, so yeah, you can all put your hand on there if you want.
You're trying to contact Ferrari?
Yeah, I just... So, when Talos was coming to kill her, I gave her the symbol of Tiamat. Chagrin spreads across Zan's face.
You did what?
Man,
Y'all,
You
I'm
know,
going to need a
I-
nap before we leave.
It was a way to save somebody without actually having to stay there and fight, per se.
How wonderful. I sure hope that does not come back to bite us in the butt. You know, since we're now facing off against Tiamat.
Well, maybe she doesn't like Tiamat anymore. We could have a turncoat in hell.
Yeah, and maybe roses will start growing out the Bink's ass. But you know. Alright. I will
That'd
abstain
be quite
from this.
horrifying.
I will abstain from this phone call, but you all have fun.
is anybody else putting their hand on the crystal ball?
No.
Is Aiden abstaining?
Yeah.
Cool. So Zan, you step up and you place your hand on Nettie's crystal ball, and she puts her hands on either side of the ball. She says, alright, it's in there. Just think about who you want to send it to and let her rip.
Okay.
Alright.
Hello, Ferrari. Are you there? The guy who saved your butt from Talos is asking if you're there.
A few moments pass. You hear a voice on the other line. A voice coming back into your head through the sending spell. And as expected, it's a voice you recognize. But unexpectedly, it's not the voice you were hoping to recognize. So you hear, "Hello, Zan. This one's mine." The voice of Tiamat creeps into your mind.
Sorry, I'm getting some static. Who am I speaking to?
You'll see soon enough. Good luck.
She wasn't there.
Insight check.
Go for it.
I
Oh,
can't beat
God.
his
Zan, that would be a
deception.
deception.
He's gonna beat the pants off of me. That's okay. Oh, that's 19.
15.
Oh.
You sense a hint of lie.
I let it go for the moment. I've had a crazy morning.
Nettie kind of looks up to you and she's like, wow, that was kind of freaky. Who the hell was that?
You heard something? I didn't hear anything.
That was my...
Just static.
She looks over at the rest of you. She's like, I think this guy's deaf.
Yeah.
Whatever. Bring me a pinky. Get out of
You
my
got
shop.
it. Okay, thanks. See ya.
Goodbye. So you all step back out into the bright, warm day here in Zayasnak. Anything else before you start your trip?
I'm good.
Ready as I'm gonna be.
Think? Aiden? Anything else?
Nothing that I can
Nope.
think of.
Alright. Well, you are all slowly corralled together by Rico, who leads you all up to the northern gate and kind of just points out a little bit. He says, well, so glad I get to do this. Follow me. He kind
Oh,
of
boy.
gives you a snide grin, Zan, as he puffs out his chest and starts walking north into the desert. And I think we'll take a quick pee break here. We'll pick up with our next scene in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
bringing us back into the story. You guys have gathered yourself, had some conversations, got things prepped, made some plans, some vague plans in the morning, some stuff in the evening to talk about, gathered your supplies, met up with Zan's brother, and have started your trek into the desert pretty early, I'd say. So you'll get there before nightfall, probably around, I'd say you guys easily set off before noon, so you'll be there before 10 o'clock or so in the evening. So you guys are making your way north to the ruins. And we'll take this moment to pan over to a different party member.
I forgot about this.
As a new scene unfolds. So, this is going to be player information for a lot of you, which is fine. And you can handle it however your character is going to handle it with whatever information is given to you by other characters during this small segment. So, that being said, we pan in and shift our focus over to one Calliope. Calliope. You find yourself in a dark chamber. And when I say dark, I mean the walls themselves are black. You're not sure if it's the rock that's black or it's the immense amount of soot and dust that has settled on them. Because there's plenty of lighting from the pools of magma below you. As you see, much like your own, a series of small cages with sharp points surrounding the bodies inside of them. So much like an ancient torture cage where you can stand, but if you move too far to one side or the other, you're going to be poked. Though these also contain magic dampening, as you feel a lot of your abilities are either inhibited or absent. You also find yourself exhausted, as you've been unable to sleep, as the rest of the party did last night. Looking around this room, being suspended in this cage of your own, you see a variety of other figures, most of them unfamiliar to you. You see a Aarakocra woman, probably middle-aged or later, with a bulging belly, who seems to be in a great deal of pain, trying to hold herself up. You see a male goblin wearing a red kilt, who at least matches the identity of somebody your friends were looking for. Appears to be incoherent. His eyes are open, but he doesn't seem to be moving or making noise or speaking. He just seems to be staring blankly at the black walls around him. You see another goblin, this one female, acting very much in the same way as the first, just kind of staring into the abyss. Also in a cage, mind you, each of these have been in a similar cage to your own. You see three smaller cages, a little bit lower to the lava, kind of close together, but not close enough that they could reach out and touch. You see three small gnomes, who, again, it sparks your memory a little bit, but what really gets you is they look familiar. They look similar to somebody you've traveled with. So you see these three small gnomes that are also kind of nursing some wounds. They seem to be coherent, cognizant, but being very particular about where they're standing, and you can see their legs are shaking from fatigue and exhaustion and the stress of standing here, as they're just kind of looking back and forth at each other. And you all sit over this pool of lava that keeps you warm, for sure. It is toasty, but not enough that it hurts yet. But you can imagine what that would feel like. Staring across the room, you see a ledge that stands above the lava, and on that ledge you see a few figures, one of which is a tall, older gentleman. There's a couple of flames here that alight enough for you to see and recognize that he's wearing a pearly white suit with a bright icy blue tie. The gentleman that had questioned you in Tyr's room and had dragged you into this place and so forcefully thrown you into this cage you now reside in. And you see a desk with a few open scrolls. You see a stack of scrolls on one side that appear to have been scribbled on and have definitely been used, and a fresh stack of scrolls on the other side that have not yet been written on. And in the middle you see a scroll that's currently being wrote on by someone you definitely haven't seen before. It's a dwarven woman wearing some very interesting plate mail that has vines and branches and leaves carved all over it. You see in her right hand she holds a quill, and in her left hand she holds a sending stone. She seems to be recording something. A few moments later, you hear a knock on a chamber door just beyond where this gentleman is standing and observing the dwarf that is writing. You hear him. "Enter. You may come in." The door opens and you see what at first you believe is a tiefling, but a lot of their body and a lot of the features about them represent more of an angel that's grown horns. It's weird and it's off-putting and you're not certain what it means, but this person steps up to Cryo. She says, "Well, it's so nice to see you here, Cryo. I don't mean to pry into your business too much, but I have heard that a certain group of individuals that have been following you are making their way to the Hells. I'd like to have the little one if you don't mind." Cryo looks back at her and says, "Oh, the gnome, you mean? Well, Zariel, I'll tell you what. Once I'm finished with him, you can have every bit of his soul." She looks back and says, "How about a competition? What if I kill him first and you take what's left?" You see Cryo kind of studying her, and you're okay at reading people. You see that he is balancing a decision in his head. Maybe this decision of whether or not he should go against what this being is asking. Says, "Well, I guess that's all right. A competition. But neither of us can go after them. We wait and see who they go for first." See, she kind of taps her fingers together and says, "That's not quite fair. They definitely are coming here for you, not for me." "I'll do my best to hold myself back, but I'll be watching him and you. If I see a moment, I might just have to take him for myself. Well, good day, and good luck with your playthings. Don't burn them too badly. I'd love to steal their souls if you're not using them." She turns and walks back out the door. At this point, the dwarf at the table has stopped writing. Quill still ready, still there, but not moving at the moment. And he kind of walks over and looks down at her work. He says, "Ah, wonderful, wonderful. I suppose this means they're on their way. I think you can rest for now. I don't know that there'll be much more communication for you to record." He reaches down to the table and picks up the sending stone and takes it in his hand. He walks over towards the cages and he looks at you, Callie. He says, "So, I have some interesting news. Do you want to hear it?"
Interesting how?
Well, interesting to me. Just thought you might like to know what your friends are up to.
If you want to tell me.
Wonderful. They're on their way. You see, I've had my eyes and ears on them for quite some time. Don't know that they recognized it, but it's fun. I think they're coming to try and save you. What do you think of that?
Is that what they're doing? See, I heard they were coming for that goblin over there.
Well, at least one of them is, but it seems a couple of them have their eye on you now.
Do you think they're coming to kill me?
I don't know. Would you like to ask them?
I suppose if I could ask them something. I don't know that that would be my question.
Well, alright then. See, I haven't quite decided what to do with you yet. I can't kill you. You know where the ruin stone is. Though I don't feel like I should leave you alive. You're not a great use to me at the moment, and perhaps it would sway them from coming here, or maybe it would anger them enough to charge in recklessly, which would be in my advantage.
Are you asking my opinion on how I should die?
Oh, that sounds rather fun. Sure. What's your opinion?
No, I gave a lot of thought to it before now, when it was far more theoretical. There are very romantic ways to die. Memorable. There are painful ways. And then there are those very boring ways. Like when you're old and in your sleep. Or I don't know, getting pushed off a mountain. Eaten by a bear. I'm very curious about what death feels like. But now that I've done some living, I don't know that I'm entirely sure I'm into the dying part anymore.
Wow, quite the revelation.
I think so.
Well then, how about a deal?
A deal?
Yes, an easy one. I know you have 2 items that were contained within that vault. I want, well, both of them, but I'll take just one. And in return, I'll let your friends come and try to take you out. Either one would work for me. The stone or the book on creating them. And I'll let you live. Should your friends rescue you, you will be free. Should your friends fail, you'll perish along with him.
She kind of cocks her head to the side. I don't understand. How is that different from what's going to happen anyway?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't inform you. If you don't take this deal, I'm just going to cut the chain and watch you burn. I think it'd be fun to piss him off.
And what if I told you I couldn't give you either item?
Well, being a smart man, I guess I should start with why couldn't you?
We don't need to get into the details yet. What would happen if I couldn't give you the items?
Well, I suppose the deal wouldn't be worth it in the end anyways, and I would just cut your chain.
Would you tell them how I died?
I haven't decided yet. Maybe I'd just show them.
So they would know.
Possibly, depending on how long it takes your body to dissolve in the lava.
But you know, that's just my friends. What about my parents? Or my family?
Well, they come next. However, I have use of your grandfather. He may stick around.
Many people have use of grandfather.
But certainly once I'm done with him, I'll bury him as well. Or give him to Zariel. She seems to be so hungry for souls these days.
If you were to die, how would you want to do it?
That's a thought that doesn't come to me much, because it's very hard for me to die, but I suppose peacefully, or fighting, or perhaps just stepping into the beyond myself.
Have you died before?
A few times.
And yet you came back.
That's correct. I made a pact. A devilish pact. With Tiamat, of course. See, my soul is bound here to hell. So unless I'm killed within this realm, I come back. And so far, I have not been killed within this realm.
If you were told that you had two options. One was to compromise the mission that you've set out to do with your life and maybe survive, or to stick to the mission you were doing and die. Which would you choose?
Oh, that's quite easy, darling. I've come up against that quite a few times. More often than not, I would choose to live. No mission can't be tackled in a different way. I'd rather fail and try again than not have the ability to try again.
One last question. And perhaps it's a little rhetorical. Would you still want to kill me if you knew that doing so would cut off your only chance to finding the thing that you seek?
Well, it aligns with your last question. Yes, I would simply have to look for another way. And I have all the time in the world to do that.
If that's the case, then why spend so much time on this part of the mission?
Because it would save me quite a lot of that time. And would please my God quickly. And we would both enjoy that very much.
Calliope is very indecisive. Though she also, in this moment, is fairly confident that she was right in thinking she can't actually give Cryo either item. She thinks they're inaccessible.
This continues to stare at you. So, any other questions? I know this was all hypothetical, that you couldn't give it to me.
How much time do I have to decide?
Well, according to my sources, and he gestures to the dwarf at the table, your friends will probably be here within the day. I'd like to start preparing myself, so an hour. 2 if I get distracted.
Okay. I'll take that hour.
So be it. Well, I have things to do, and you're on a clock. I assure you, I can't wait to hear your answer. And as he says that, you hear another knock at the door. He kind of looks over, frustrated. Enter! And the door opens again. And this time you see another individual that Calliope is not familiar with. It is a male centaur. As he enters, Cryo looks at him and says, "Ah, yes, heck. What is it?" Yes, Lord Cryo, I wanted to inform you that I have spoken with the leader of the Zentrum. Yes, and, yes, he assures me that both the leaders of Neverwinter and Aralani are currently under his control. And so we are ready to move forward with the next step for the Sword Coast. Wonderful. Just wonderful. He looks back at you, Cal, and he says, "See? Always another plan. Always a backup." He says, "Well, this young one's got an hour. You might have bought her a few more minutes. Heck, let's go and chat about this." And he begins to walk towards the door, and as he does so, he takes the sending stone and sets it back down on the table. You see the dwarven female just kind of absentmindedly reach over and take it, her other hand still holding the quill, ready to write. He takes this centaur and steps out and closes the door behind him. As he does so, you recognize that a lot has been going on, and that Cryo certainly was a little distracted. But something you picked up on right at the end, the dwarven woman, her hand had moved. It's not where he left it. It's not where it was when he took the stone. And as the door closes, you see her begin to stand, struggling to stand. And you see, as she looks at you, you see these tears coming out of her eyes. And she very slowly starts to trudge toward you.
Mm-hmm.
She gets close enough that she can just barely reach you if she were to outstretch her arm. And she looks up and she says, "You know, Zan and Lalia and the others and Aiden."
I know Zan and Aiden.
"You must warn them. Tell them not to come. Tell them what's waiting." As she begins to slowly, forcefully hold out the sending stone to you.
Ooh. Alright. I will reach out and try to take it from her.
You do so. You grab the stone and you feel its power. She says, "You've only got a few minutes and I need it back. Hurry." You have a sending stone in your hand.
And I've been told by this dwarven woman to tell my friends not to come.
Or at least tell them what's waiting.
Okay. Hello.
The three of you, four of you actually, because Lalia has her own, traveling through the desert, suddenly hear a voice in your head.
Is
Says
this
hello.
thing on? How does this... This looks like the rocks you carry around. Hello? Hello?
Who is this?
Zanzidar?
Speaking.
It's Calliope.
How in the hell are you on this channel? Weren't you captured?
I am. A lovely dwarven woman gave it to me. This rock.
Oh.
She says we don't have long.
First off, history check. Dwarven woman.
Sure. make
If
a
I
history
can.
check.
Flat 10.
Okay, that's fine. The only other person that you know that has a sending stone attached to this channel is a dwarven woman named Garnet that you have not seen for a while.
Okay. I'll keep that knowledge in my back pocket.
It kind of sucks down here. But, we're in a bit of a situation. That old guy with the blue tie is here, and he's offered me a deal. Neither option sounds very good if you ask me, but he says I either have to give him what was hidden in the vault, and then you might get a chance to save me, or he's gonna kill me right now, or in an hour. Oh, also there's some angel-y chick with horns down here whose name might be Zariel, who's looking for Bink. Oh, and also there's a pregnant bird and some gnomes and 2 goblins and this dwarf woman, who at first I thought was working with Cryo, but then she handed me the rock, so I don't know what's going on.
Is Aiden around?
He can hear it.
If Aiden doesn't start talking here soon.
I really missed the entire conversation. I've been in a phone call for the last 15 minutes.
Oh no!
I don't know what's going on.
No. Mr. Aiden? Are you there? Are you on the rock?
Oh, is this Lolly or is this Calliope?
This is Callie.
Oh, good, you're not dead yet.
Well, that's the thing. While you were pooping, I was telling Zanzar that
Cannon.
I love it.
it's really hot down here. This dwarven woman gave me her rock to talk to you. And she said we only have a few minutes, but the guy with the blue tie, Cryo or whoever, he said, well, he gave me a choice. In his words, he wants either the rune stone or the book, and he'll let me live for a little while until you all get here, or he's gonna throw me in the lava that's underneath me right now.
Oh, fuck. What do you think, Calliope?
I think it sounds like a pretty bad deal either way. He didn't say I could live.
I'm not talking about the deal, I'm talking about you, how you feel about this.
Which part?
Well, with someone who was always so fascinated with death, it was often difficult to tell how you really felt about things. Has something changed?
No. Not really. I mean, death is still fascinating. I wouldn't mind trying it out, but I don't know, burning in magma isn't exactly a really cool way to die, you know?
So you prefer a more memorable way to go out?
Well, that's how I always thought it would go.
You've been with us. If you were to assess their power where you're at, could we rescue you? And or everyone else?
Do I think they stand a chance?
Make an intelligence check.
Sure. You wake up my computer.
They've done some crazy stuff. Can't say for certain one way or the other, but maybe.
I think it's possible, but I also don't know how much time we all have. We're all in cages, and well, they're pretty uncomfortable. That goblin we were looking for looks like he's zonked out on something, and I'm a little jealous. Sounds like there's a lot of people waiting for you down here too. There's, like I said, the angel lady with the horns who's looking for Bink. And weren't you friends with like a centaur or something?
She's on the line as well.
Staying silent. Except, yeah, there's some guy down here. I think his name was Heck. What the fuck? Who's talking about the Zenerum? I've heard that name from my dad and grandpa before. Maybe doing something bad up above? I don't know, guys. It sounds pretty dire.
The way I see it, I don't want to give you advice. Because you're just going to make your own decision.
What if I told you that, and I'm not actually sure this is true about people, but what if I told you that if I let him kill me, he'll lose the Ruin Stone forever?
Trying to read Aiden's face right now, because I know that Zan might say something that's inappropriate.
Ay, ay, ay. No one else is listening to you, right, Calliope?
Just this Dwarven lady. She looks very uncomfortable though, and she's telling us to hurry up. And also maybe a pregnant bird woman. She seems alert.
And the three notes.
And the three gnomes. Pretty much everybody but the goblins. But no bad guys.
I would keep that ace that you have in your sleeve hidden. I wouldn't reveal that too soon. That being said, I'm not going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. If you're looking for a more memorable death, that means you still want something out of life. So if you have to give something up in order to make that happen, then logically, giving them the book will still buy us time, rather than just giving them the runestone outright and forwarding their plans by an exponential amount.
If you were talking to Mother One, what would she tell you to do?
To get back inside and go to the dormitory and stop causing problems. And to return the earrings. Well, I still don't know what I'm gonna do. But just in case something happens before you get here, can you tell my parents I love them? And tell my grandpa I'm sorry.
We've never even met them.
Oh, they'll find you. Don't worry. And I think you have. At least Grandpa.
You're going to be able to tell them yourself.
I wish I shared your confidence.
Just do what you can to stay alive.
It's interesting
I meant-
coming from you, soldier boy.
You know what's funny? You give a soldier a reason to keep fighting, he'll fight for as long and as hard as he sees fit, until the duty is done. So sure, Soldier Boy is coming for you, because you've given him a reason to fight.
Well, okay. It's real bad down here, guys.
Well, it's the Hells, Calliope.
It hurts
Probably
a lot.
just about. I can only imagine. Just hold out for as long as you can. You won't be left behind.
With that, Callie, you begin to hear some more sounds coming from the other side of the doors. You know that somebody's approaching, so you only have a few moments to end this.
Alright. Someone's coming. I gotta go. And I will hand the rock back to the dwarf.
She takes it back in her hand and just kind of gives you a nod, and quicker than before, because she's giving back into whatever's controlling her, she makes her way back over to the desk and sits down and begins writing again. At this point, you see the doors open and you see a few individuals that you've seen before. They were some of the beings that were accompanying Lord Cryo in Tyr's chamber. Kind of enter the room and survey all of you, and you see them start handing out rations of some ghoulish food that you've been fed before that just tastes like sulfur, to each of the gnomes, and you watch as they force feed the two goblins and hand you some as well.
Anybody got keys on their belt?
Make a perception check. None that you can see.
Okay.
So their bodies, at least in this area, seem to be almost incorporeal.
Mm-hmm.
So you gather that they're probably using some sort of illusion to hide what they really look like.
Okay.
And so the bodies that you're presented with, you don't see any key rings.
Alright.
They hand you some of this slop.
Mhm.
Eat up.
You got it.
You see one of them shout to the other one, "It's lowering time." And you watch as one of them goes over to a wall crank and gives it 3 good solid spins, and you watch as all of the cages descend another 1.5 feet, almost 2 feet closer to the lava. Maybe 5 or 6 feet between the lava and the gnomes. A couple extra feet for the rest of you.
Mhm.
And they turn and walk back out after that.
The food I was given,
Mhm.
can I get a handful of it? Like, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like some solid mashed potatoes with chunks in it. Like it almost falls through your fingers.
Sure. Is it on a plate?
No.
Oh, okay, so it's just in my hands.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna try to take a handful, and feeling these spikes from the inside of the cage, I want to see what it's like if I try to chuck a handful of it through the cage bars into the magma. Like, what my mobility is.
Okay. You kind of get your arm out and you get a decent toss. Probably maybe half the range that you would expect to be able to throw something.
Okay.
But you also notice that it doesn't take long for the slop to just kind of fall apart.
Right.
Into a shower of gross mashed potatoes into the lava as it just sizzles and burns.
keep trying.
Mhm.
Practicing.
So the next hour or so passes. And Callie, you watch as Cryo steps back into the room.
Before he returns,
Mhm.
I'm going to try to access the book.
Mhm.
Try to do it before he comes back so that he can't see where I took it from.
Yep,
And does it work?
sure does.
Okay.
He re-enters with a couple of these individuals in tow, the guys that fed you and lowered the cages a little bit as he steps back in and looks up. Well, it's been a little over an hour, so I guess it's time for us to discuss. And we'll pause Callie there. We'll go back to our merry band of adventurers hoofing it across the desert. So you guys are fresh off this Sending Stone conversation and still trudging towards your destination. Gostier kind of notices the hesitation, and so does your brother Zan. You guys stopped for a few minutes. Gostier kind of looks at you and says, what's going on? You guys chatting on stones again or something?"
We just got a call from Callie.
"Huh. I didn't know she had that type of magic."
She doesn't, but apparently Garnet's down there and had a sending stone and gave it to her.
"You got a friend down there in the hells?"
It's news to us. I mean, no one had seen Garnet in a while. My question is, why would they, if Garnet was a prisoner, why would they let her still have a sending stone?
Well, I mean, it stands to reason maybe they were using it.
I don't think Garnet's a
And
prisoner.
that's how they were keeping track of us?
Well, maybe. What were you saying, Aiden?
It's safe to assume that Garnet is in fact not a prisoner.
Do you think your dwarf friend's working with him?
Voluntarily? Doubtful. Either by some sort of mind control, perhaps, or maybe they have some sort of leverage against her. But I don't think she'd work with them willingly. Although I think this goes without saying that, well, they know we're coming. But be a good idea to no longer use the sending stones once we get there.
Above table, were we told not to go down there?
No, I don't think
What did that-
Calliope said that.
No, she just kind of told you a little bit about what was going on.
She said it was going to
was
be
long.
bad.
It was only Garnet that said not to go down there.
Yep.
Gotcha. Not sure there's a point in speculating as to what Callie's going to do. I mean, that kid's a loose cannon. I think we just stay the course. Whatever we find down there, we'll deal with when we get there.
It at least sounds like all of the people we are looking for are together. Though I do not know if anyone else's fates are as dire as your friends. Do you really think we could stop Cryo if Calliope hands over the book, Aiden?
It all depends on how fast we get there. I had to pick the lesser of two evils. Giving them the runestone would have forwarded their plans by who knows how much. By instead giving them the book, we've put a time limit on ourselves, but we've also given ourselves a window of opportunity to reverse that creation. But I wasn't going to sacrifice someone's life over this. It's just... that is a principle that I will never break. Even though I know that Cryo is using that principle against me. But it's fine. Because I think an old friend of mine is just roaring to get some revenge. Then I can't blame him. And then he just goes into his mind talking about you. Just so you know. So if you've got any aces up your sleeve, be prepared to use them. Because we're about to be very close to your end goal.
I feel a slight stirring in the back of your mind, but nothing profound yet.
I basically got the equivalent of a yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Just try not to be afraid next time, why don't you?
No response.
Alright, now I think it's best if we pick up the pace. Well, I won't lie that I agree with Xandadar. Calliope can be quite unpredictable. I'd rather not tempt fate. They know we're coming, and we're going to be ready for them.
So what do you mean by picking up the pace?
Why not standing here idly, of course.
I was just asking if we were wind walking to get there or something.
Right, sorry. Michaela was reading something. Yes,
Oh, okay.
I could totally wind walk us. Definitely can wind. Yep, already casting. Here we go. My bad.
Casting Windwalk to try and reduce the time. As all of you stand for a minute and begin to become little puffs of cloud, you continue to follow Rico. Still takes about an hour. You can travel pretty fast, but there's plenty of wind and sandstorms to avoid in this large stretch. But much quicker than before, you guys begin to see some mountainous outcroppings that have some, looks to be like old campsites and things that have been discarded and laid around, and you watch as Rico kind of makes an arc over to one particular area where you see a large door set into the side of a rock that appears to have been carved out. So maybe the door had been there before, you're not really sure, but you do find yourselves alighting there. And I can bring up this chunk of the map for you. Boop. This is where you all find yourselves. On either side of the door, you see two ancient statues that have all but crumbled away. From a distance, they just looked like rocks. But as you got closer, you can see that they still somewhat resemble some ancient individuals, humanoid mostly in appearance, that are crumbling, but stationed here, probably as a signature to this entrance. As you guys take a minute or two to reform, drop your cloud shape, and turn back into yourselves. Rico kind of looks over at y'all and he's like, "See? I told you I'd get here."
Yeah, thanks. You should probably go home before the fight starts.
Alright, well, I haven't really been inside much myself, but from what I hear, this goes to a shabby looking bridge that takes you into the back door of their storage area or something like that. So imagine they probably got a bunch of stuff hiding there, but if that's where your door is, I bet you it's there. And I heard mention of a key too, so I don't know, I guess find whoever has the key. Not to this door, but something inside.
Alright.
Well, good luck to you. He kind of
Yeah, thanks.
gives you all a wave and starts to head back the way you came.
No one's posted guard or anything.
Not out here. Seems to be fairly empty.
Who wants to ring the doorbell?
Pink's like,
No,
No.
not me.
Okay. I'll go ahead and go up to the door then.
Cool. It's a set of stone doors. You want to try and open them?
You got this.
Let's try it. Yeah.
Alright. Make a strength check for me.
Okay. 24.
Nice. It takes you a second as you realize these doors are pretty heavy, but they don't appear to be locked or anything, and a minute or two of pulling, you eventually get them to separate and begin to open. And as you do so, you see a cobblestone path ahead of you that seems to turn and eventually descend. There's a couple of lanterns here that appear to be almost out of oil but still lit, so probably not tended to very recently, but have at least been used in the past.
Go ahead and head on in then.
Here goes nothing.
Uh-huh.
As you head in, you find yourselves descending down a small staircase, and you find yourself on a ledge. And I know you can see the bottom of the map here, but that is darkness. You cannot see the bottom of whatever is down there. But you do see a very small bridge that appeared to have once been made completely of stone, though the middle has been broken at some point. The original structure was destroyed, and on the stones that still remain, you see scorching marks and long black lines that look like maybe marks of like a whip or something had scorched this area. And where the old stone bridge was destroyed in the middle, a makeshift wooden platform connecting the two sides seems to have been implemented. It's got some metal slats to try and keep it together. It looks rickety, but looks like it'd be strong enough to carry anybody to the other side. And staring across, you can see a large open area. Looks like a great hall, full of these large stone pillars, and you can see just multiple crates and barrels and supply things that have been left, some open, some appear to still be closed, just a plethora of goods and things scattered around. And walking amongst them, you spot about 10 interesting, impish, almost devilish looking creatures, just kind of meandering through, checking crates and looking at things. And at the back of the area, you see a very large golden door that is currently closed. And coming out of the seams around the door and from underneath the door, you see these flames that spurt out and just kind of cover the wall that the door is set into. And off to the one side, you see some stairs that appear to go down, though they are broken off and disappear into the darkness below. And some stairs that could probably use some help. They're broken in places, but seem to ascend to some room high up above where you can see an entrance and you can see some smaller areas way off to the side. And this is the image you're presented with right now as you step down into this area.
The flames at the door, do they look like the ones where we had to use the crystal to get through?
Nope. They just appear to be very bright red.
Hot, hot, hot.
Okay, guys, what's the game plan?
Well, if I had to guess, our friends are through that door. Maybe not right behind it, but you know that way. I haven't hit anything in a really long time. We want to fuck up these little glowy guys and make our way into hell?
Sure.
What say you, Bink and Aiden?
Bink looks around before we proceed forward to see if he sees any remnants of the demon watching over him.
Make a perception check.
Oh boy.
Uh, 19.
Nothing absolute, though the darkness that spreads down below this bridge and the sides of this chasm almost seems to be swirling and calling to you. But you don't pick up on much. Your scar seems to be alright at the moment.
I'm like,
Okay, I'm ready.
Aiden.
Uh, I'd probably have Aiden make a perception check if possible.
before we start, I do want to ask, is Peter still around? I totally forgot if he died during that big boss battle we did.
No, he'd still be with you.
Okay.
And what is Aiden looking for?
Just
What is he trying to
more or
perceive?
less signs of a hostile presence. You don't just walk up to the door to hell and just not be something out of place.
Sure, make a perception check.
You could also use your divine sense. If you
Yeah.
need to.
I'm going to use that as well. That is a natural 20 for 29.
Okay.
Hey, nice.
So looking around and just kind of seeing, I'll give you a little more information here with that check. You see these 10 devilish-looking beings around here. You don't see any other entities immediately in this vicinity. A couple things you pick up on. The first thing that you just so happen to see through the roiling, licking, flickering flames against the giant door in the back, you see inscribed in it, not added to it, but as part of this door, a very large, ancient-looking padlock. Another thing you pick up is that chamber at the top of the stairs seems to be giving off some weird light. It's not quite torchlight, and it seems to be moving, and there seems to be maybe multiple sources. So there's definitely something in that chamber, though you're not sure what.
Okay. Fun stuff. So you said there's 10 devilish beings in this area?
Yep.
Already? Okay.
I want to
Fine.
check my Pokedex. See if,
I want to check my Pokedex.
see if there's anything in the book.
Who's that
Okay,
Pokemon?
Yeah.
Let's see, some checks you could make would be like investigation or nature or even arcana.
Ooh, I'll try Arcana. $23.
Nice.
Okay. You're not sure 100% what these are, or at least you're able to kind of piece together a little bit of information that you're not going to gather necessarily what they do or what abilities they have, because they're not something that would regularly be studied by someone like Volo or Mordenkainen, who would usually attend to things on the material plane. But using the information at hand, you gather that these are probably devils of some sort. You know that they have many variations, and usually their variations are dependent on the things that they have and apply to their abilities in some way. And you see that each of these devils have a few lengths of chain wrapped around them. So your best guess is these are probably chain devils.
Ooh. Yay, I love these.
Fun stuff.
Um, are we still standing in the stairway, or are we at the edge of the chasm?
I'm assuming you would probably still be in the stairway if you didn't
Okay.
want to be seen yet.
Yeah.
Stepping much further would require a stealth check, so I wasn't gonna.
Can I do that?
Yeah, you want to try and get a little closer?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead and roll stealth for me.
21.
Okay. You slowly make your way, kind of keeping to the shadows along this rocky wall on the back end of this outcropping, and you will say you get at least to this side of the bridge. You haven't crossed the bridge yet, but you're certainly a good deal closer.
Could I stick my hand out over the chasm?
Sure.
I want to see if anything jumps up at me.
Okay. As you do, you know, while you're underground in this desert area, it's generally pretty warm. Even the rocks behind you give off some amount of heat. But as you put your hand over this pit, it feels, your hand starts to feel icy cold. And you feel this pressure. Not quite wind, but very similar, pulling your hand down. You have to strain from not almost slapping the wall beneath you as this, whatever it is, pulls towards you, pulls you down towards the darkness. And you pull your hand back quickly and it begins to warm once again.
Okay. Yeah, because if I want to go back and relay that information, I have to walk back there. So I'm not using the sending stone.
That's right, you don't have to make another stealth check to go back.
Oh, okay. Then I will relay that information to the party. Stay away from the ledges. That being said, if that bridge collapses, you're probably not going to be able to cross the gap.
We love it.
We'll say one
Before
other thing
we-
you would have picked up while you were there, Zan, is you would have seen a plaque kind of on the first tile of the bridge. And you can see across the other side there was a matching plaque. Some inscriptions on it. Do you speak Dwarvish?
I do. I think.
Nope.
Unfortunately, it was foreign to you, but you would notice that there was some writing there.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
I'll relay that information as well in case someone gets to look at it. I'd say when we do start or whatever, I'll be the last one to cross the bridge.
Cool. Gostier kind of looks around at all of you and says, "Well, are we gonna go fuck shit up, or we're just gonna stand here and stare at him?"
I like
I
you.
mean, above table, I was waiting on Aiden to get back from the bathroom.
Oh, I am back.
Oh, okay. I just was checking chat and noticed.
Oh, that was-
Oh, that was a minute ago.
that was before I made the perception check.
Gotcha.
I'm ready to fuck shit up.
With that being the case, I think I will go ahead and throw protection from good and evil on Bink and I.
Mm-hmm.
That lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay.
How does that work?
Creatures of aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. You also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Oh, okay.
Handy. It's like that spell was made for people who are being chased by devils.
I know, right?
But you're free to go ahead whenever you like, Gustier.
Alrighty. I'm just trying to get all of you together here. Just a moment. And a griffin.
A griff. Yeah.
So he kind of looks at all of you. Gostier does. He's like, "All right, count of three, we just book it, or you guys want to try and be sneaky?"
This group is not really sneaky.
Yeah, that's not really our.
Yeah, we go
Yeah.
full fighting Warzone force.
What the little one said.
All right, 1, 2, 3, go. And he just kind of jumps over whoever's in front and just starts dashing for the bridge.
I'm following.
All right, so
I'm following behind also.
All right, so we'll say y'all get about in line, almost 30 feet headed that way. Is Aiden following?
Yep.
Dun digga dun digga dun digga dun.
Zan's picking up the rear here, and we'll say Peter is kind of coming out here. It's going to be a little sketchy for Peter to get across, but as you guys begin to trek your way down, you see all these imps kind of turn and see, and you hear, or these devils, and you hear some screams, and you hear chains hitting the floor. Ah! And I'll have you all roll initiative for me.
Hey.
You just hear the song Barracuda in the background.
Dun digga dun digga dun.
Dun digga dun digga dun digga dun.
Exactly. Oh no, I've been writing my notes in the wrong book today. Oh.
Not the best throw, but not the worst throw.
Lolly's out here rolling Calliope numbers. Good grief.
E-
Nice. I like that.
Alright, so let's see here. We're going to have Aiden, creature 1, creature 2, Gostier, Lalia, creature 3, creature 4, Zanzadar, creature 5, creature 6, Bink, creatures 7 through 10. Alright, so seeing these creatures out before you, Aiden, top of initiative, what would you like to do?
Where are they positioned exactly right now?
They are all around this big throne room.
Oh, good. Uh, okay. Let me look at my sheet. Yeah. How far can I get with 40 feet of movement?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. About halfway across the bridge.
Okay. Hmm. How stable does the bridge feel when I run across it?
Are you committing to this? You running up here?
I'm the fighter. I'm the one who goes first.
Alright. You begin to trek, chugging along. You get about halfway through this bridge. I need you to make a dexterity check for me.
Oh, a check.
Yep.
Oh, good.
This is an environmental hazard.
Oh boy.
Okay. As you are making your way up here, Aiden, you get about this far, and you realize the bridge is kind of wobbling underneath your heavy footfalls. And in order to not destroy this bridge, the rest of your movement across it is going to be difficult terrain.
What? That's actually fine. I wasn't planning on dashing. Let me see for bonus action. I'm actually gonna take the dodge action.
Okay.
And that's what I can do. Really. No one's nearly close enough for any bonus action stuff.
Cool.
Actually, I'm assuming this bridge is like way too narrow for people to pass through each other, and too rickety.
It's not too bad. I'm not going to make you guys get clogged, but it could affect some
Okay.
dex checks.
Okay, that's fine. All right, that's my turn. I'll just take the dodge action.
Okay. All right, so that'll bring us to the first chain devil. As this gentleman turns and sees you, Aiden, it walks up here. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And you see it starts to whip these chains out onto the ground. And it stares up at you, and you watch as it lifts its arms, and you suddenly hear some racket along the bridge underneath your feet. And you watch as the chains connected to the side of this bridge begin to animate and start swinging at you. And that is going to roll to hit. To 27 to hit.
Was that with disadvantage?
It was not. Let me roll that again. 19. Ooh, natural 1. It'll miss.
Hey.
So you manage to deflect one of these chains as it goes to try and wrap around your leg. But that'll bring us to the second devil. He's going to walk up about here. He's going to commit the same action. You watch as 2 more of the chains lying on the side of this bridge begin to animate and start whipping at you. And that'll get an attack. Also with disadvantage. 17 and 18. 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. You're going to take 11 points of piercing damage. As you see, these chains have these spikes growing out of them as they animate. And you are currently grappled.
I'm going to use my reaction and parry.
Okay. Try and reduce some of the damage.
Nope, I reduce all of the damage. That's a 15.
Cool. You got it. So you managed to put your sword down in a way that prevents the chains from really digging into your flesh at the moment. However, you still find that the way they have wrapped themselves around your ankles and your calves, you're still unable to move without moving them. And that will bring us to Gastier. He has 40 feet, so he's going 30, 35, 40, and he needs to make a dex check. Okay, well his natural roll was enough to not cause any sort of disadvantage here. However, he did not make it to any of them either. So he's going to ready an action to just attack anything that comes close to him.
Is he raging?
Yes. Well, actually, he's going to take this opportunity to try and attack the chains that are on Aiden's legs. So he'll take a step back, and he's going to, you see Gastier kind of pick up his axe, and he's like, "You want some help?"
Why not? And he tries to use this sword that's more or less keeping the chain from digging into his skin.
All right.
He just tries to muscle it further out so he gets a clean shot.
God,
I'll need him
you're
fucking
just
cut me in the process.
He pulls his great axe back, and he goes to take a mighty swing. He'll do it recklessly. Okay, natural 20, which this thing has 20 health. So you watch as he slashes at this chain, and it just shatters and goes limp. The couple of pieces that are left of this chain dangling off the edge. And he says, "Well, that was pretty cool. Shoot, I got nothing else to hit. I'm gonna stand up here." And that'll bring us to Lalia.
My God.
Great. Above table question for the DM, because it's been so long. I don't even know if we talked about this beforehand. How often do my wings work? Is it once a day?
I believe so, yes.
What the hell? We haven't rolled a low dex check in a minute. She's gonna run across the bridge with her 70 movement.
5, 10, 15.
Excuse me.
Oh, you get right up there. So, yep, go ahead and make a dex check for me
Yellow.
as you're galloping across the bridge.
Shite.
Ba-dum.
Hey, 14.
Okay.
Woohoo.
So you managed to stay on. However, moving through this area does cause the next stage, because that is a failed roll. The check was a
Shit.
15. As you get past and you are kind of sidestepping between Aiden and Gostier, you feel a little bit of release under one of your hoofs as you recognize that a couple of the planks that you stepped on crumble and break. You see you have punched a hole in the bridge.
I'm gonna yell over my shoulder. Step carefully, the bridge is collapsing. Yellow. I say to a chain devil in front of me, and I would like to swing at him.
Okay.
Little. First swing is a 17,
That'll hit.
and this is a fiend, right?
It sure is.
Son of a bitch! I forget how many dice I have to roll for Lalia. All right, hold on. That is 15 bludgeoning plus improved smite, 5 radiant plus. I need to look at what the Holy Avenger does to fiends. 2d10. Plus 17 more radiant damage, so 22 radiant damage total.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it. Okay, so that's the first hit.
Okay. So you get a wallop on him, and you see that he kind of gets down onto one knee as you have, like, sliced open part of his chest, but he's still screaming at you.
Swinging again. Because this is what I do. That is a 26.
Absolutely.
So that is going to be 15 bludgeoning again, plus improved smite and holy Zidane. 15 radiant.
Awesome.
And then I would like to kick him with my bonus action.
You get?
As I am pommeling his upper shoulders, I'm just gonna take my front hoofs up and kick him under the chin as hard as I can.
You got it.
Alright. That is going to be a 22
Absolutely.
for 8 bludgeoning damage.
You got it.
That is my turn.
So, coming across and getting a few well-placed strikes against this creature, you see that it's already looking very beat. It's barely clinging on
Nice.
at this point as its body is starting to dissipate.
You love it.
And that'll bring us to devil number 3. And devil number 4. They both get within range, so they are going to create some more chains. You see that the chains kind of stretch the whole length of this platform. Looks like they were kind of being used to hold the platform together. And as they're animating, you're hearing these creaks and cracks as the wooden platform in the middle is slowly sinking with every chain that's released.
Oh no.
You see one chain comes up to strike Lalia. It's a 22 to hit.
That misses.
Nice. Then one goes to swing at Gostier, and that's a 10, so that will also miss. You see these chains are just kind of flailing and animating, each one ripping itself free from the wooden platforms underneath your feet. That'll bring us to Zan.
Okay. I will. How far does 30 feet get me?
You get about here.
Okay. Bonus action, I will click my boots of speed.
Uh-huh.
Right when I get to about there, I'm gonna be like, you two gotta move. And I will drop 2 lightning bolts from the ceiling on both Aiden and Gostier. and they disappear from there. And I'm placing Gostier in the middle of the 3 right by Lalia, and then I'll place Aiden by the one who's ripping up chains off the bridge.
So they're all pulling up chains.
Oh,
you've
okay.
seen 4 of them so far.
That one.
Okay.
Yep, right there. And they reappear with double bolts of lightning there, using
Nice.
Vortex Warp. And then I will run the rest of my 30 feet across the bridge.
60 feet, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it doubles my walking speed. So I just did 30 and 30.
Alright, so go ahead and make a dex check for me.
Yep. Natural 1.
Oh god.
30.
Zan, as you do this and you bring down these bolts of lightning to teleport your friends and then begin to run across, you didn't recognize it at first. You didn't notice it. It wasn't even conscious that this has ever been something to worry about. But as you reach both of the spots where your friends were, you feel an unnatural crunching under your boots as you look down and see that the wood where they were is scorched and burnt from your bolts. And these larger holes begin to appear, and sections of the bridge are falling behind you. So it was this chunk here. Not quite that much. It would just be like this. And a gap here. Sorry guys, just adjusting the map on the fly. Why can't I interact with this piece? There you go.
Oh man.
So you've created a couple pockets there.
Sorry, Bink.
The middle section isn't looking so great.
Don't worry, I got a Peter.
Yeah, that's what he said. Alright, so that was your movement and your action, and was your bonus action to activate, so I think that's everything you got?
Yep.
Alright. So that
Well
will,
done.
yeah, bring us to 5 and 6. So we're going to steal these guys. I need to check their radius here. This guy is the farthest back. Oh yeah. So as these two run up, a very similar fashion, you see that they bring their arms to make more chains begin to appear. And as there's only 2 of you currently on the bridge within this reach, one of these animated chains is going to go for Lalia, the other for Zan. So Lalia, that's a 10, that'll miss.
Yep.
Zan, that's a 12, so I believe that also misses.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You got it. So that'll bring us to Bink.
Half a bridge left.
I'm gonna hop onto the Peter, and I'm gonna hop onto Peter, and I'm gonna make Peter fly to the other side.
Okay.
He has 80 flight.
So you're just gonna fly straight across. All right. So first
I'm
things
gonna
first.
outline. I'm gonna fly. I'm gonna fly up above where the bridge is, just in case.
Okay. So first things first, I need Peter to make a strength check for me
Alrighty.
as he is
What's
trying to
his
fly
plus on
against whatever
strength?
this burden.
He's
is.
got a +4, so d20 +4, and 19 in total with the +4.
Okay. So as Peter begins to fly over, he manages to keep afloat, though with your connection with him, you can feel that flying across this pit is dragging him down. You're not sure what it is or why it's happening, but Peter is getting pulled, and as you fly closer to the other side, you get closer and closer and closer to just missing the lip, but you do manage to have just enough to get across.
And then I'm gonna make Peter, as we land, kind of look like a big thud. I'm gonna make Peter attack the one next to us, to where his left model is, so like downwards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go, Peter.
With 16 to hit.
That will just hit.
That is 12 damage.
And that is enough. So as Peter rears back and takes his beak and plunges it into the side of this creature, you watch as it explodes in a burst of like black soot and powder. And it is gone.
Beautiful.
And then he's gonna use a second attack against the one diagonal bottom right.
That's Lalia.
Watch out!
Oh my god, it looks exactly the same! Are we able to move any more than we were after landing, or no?
It was 80 feet to get here. This was the closest unoccupied space that Peter would fit in. So what's Peter's reach, though?
Well,
does he have a 10-foot or a 5-foot reach?
What is for his claw attack?
Yeah, he might have a 10-foot.
Yeah, it's a 5-foot reach.
Okay.
Nah, it's a 5-foot reach.
Gotcha. Yep. And that's all Peter could reach at the moment.
I'm assuming it is. Wait, let me check his actual. Yeah, no, it's 5 feet. It's 5 feet.
Gotcha. Then yeah, that's all Peter could reach.
So
in the
ignore
moment.
that roll.
It would have missed me anyway, thank goodness. Peter!
Alrighty, so Bink is gonna go in with the slashes. He's gonna hop off of Peter and he's gonna go attack the one in front of Aiden.
Okay.
Nice.
As I jump down and use my Vorpal Scimitar to attack first.
Yeah, you do.
That is a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that is 13 damage.
You got it. Cleave a nice path into this creature's shoulder, and it just kind of looks at you and screams.
And as it screams, I go in for my second attack, which is a nat 20. Ironically, not my Vorpal Scimitar, but Tears Rapier, nat 20 hit with, wow, 21 damage.
Nice. So you plunge this thing into the creature's chest, and you see as this crackling energy begins to like form around your blade, and you can see it's starting to shatter this creature's being, though he's still standing. He's still fighting.
Lastly, I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Aiden.
Excellent.
You got it.
And I end my turn.
Alright, and that'll take us to Chain Devils 7 through 10. Let's go find these guys.
They're way off in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, hold on. I had plans for that guy.
No.
This guy,
Oh, good.
We love plans.
and this guy. And you
I got
watch.
a plan for that guy.
Most of you can see this. One of these Chain Devils starts to run up the stairs.
That's stinker.
However, these three. There's not enough change. What's a 60 foot? Lalia. So this one is close enough to animate some chains to swing at Lalia.
Sure.
That's a natural 20.
Ouch.
So that would be.
Check the radiant range on that.
It's
emblem.
oh, you're in range. I just wonder. I just wonder if.
I can't remember. Is it the person who gets hit has to be within 30 feet, or the enemy has to be?
Yeah, the person who gets hit has to be within 30 feet of the wielder. I just wonder if it's like a crit that I can let slide because they did only 11 damage to me when I got hit. And I feel like there's gonna be a lot big badder enemies that are gonna do way more damage if they crit. I don't think we're ever gonna get really a long rest here, because time moves differently in the Hells than the material plane.
I mean, true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Decisions.
Yeah, make your choice there, Aiden. With that gift Lalia gave you.
Man, that's a terrible guilt trip.
No, it's all good. Either I can.
No,
just be ready for the roll play. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Actually, wait, I can't even use it because I used my reaction to parry
Yeah, you
earlier.
can use your reaction to parry.
Yeah.
Yep. So, what am I sitting at, Doc?
Oh, darn. 18 points of piercing
Oh,
damage.
I'm down. No.
And you are currently grappled.
Oh boy.
These other two were not close enough to use that ability, so they're going to dash another 30 feet. This guy is coming 30 feet, which also means this guy can dash 30 feet.
He's going for the light. That's gonna be great.
Mm-hmm.
That brings us back to the top with Aiden.
Cool. So that one devil that got hit with the Vorpal something, head didn't get chopped off. Excellent.
No, he critted with Tears Rapier, not the Vorpal.
Oh, great. Oh, Tears Rapier. Oh. Okay. Alright then. Well, if that's the case, I'm actually pulling out. I'm actually pulling out the Vorpal longsword on this one.
Cool.
We gonna swing with that feller. Where's the? Okay, first hit's a 26 to hit,
That'll hit.
and one. And beyond, please stop getting funky with me. That's 11 points of slashing damage.
Yep.
The second attack is a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
9 damage.
Keep them coming.
Excellent. And then a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
That's 13 slashing damage.
You got it.
Nice.
So you get some really good hits off on this creature, and you see its body slowly begin to kind of break away and dissolve, but it's still standing, still has a couple chains at the ready coming at you.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Is it like floating in the air right now? Or is it like
The creature? No, it's standing.
it's on the ground?
Yeah.
Why not? Can I attempt to shield master shove it to attempt to knock it prone?
You can try and shove it.
That's athletics, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie, athletics. That's a natural 20 for a 31.
Cool. So I don't believe Shield Master allows you to make them prone, but it does let you push them back, I believe, or do damage. But meaning
No, it just we discussed this before. If I was like, oh, what if I wanted to? Because it's still a shove. I'm still shoving them. And I know the description of Shield Master shove is just pushing them back, but we've done it differently, where I can knock them prone, or I can make them deal damage depending on the situation.
Yeah, we might need to talk about that again because I didn't realize that shoving a creature to make them go prone is actually an action you can take, but it's a full action. So allowing that to be a bonus action might have been a little much. But since I didn't bring it up before, I'll give it to you for now. It is on the ground.
Okie doke.
So yeah, my apologies. I didn't realize I hadn't gone over that with you yet. But yeah, just something to
That's
think
fine.
about in the future. Just looking into it action economy wise.
That's fair. Okay. Then that is my turn.
Cool. So we'll put this guy on the floor for now. And because I forgot to do this at the beginning of your turn, I'll just ask for it now. Could you make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Wisdom.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
no.
Is this a spell or magical effect?
It sure is.
Okay, then I have advantage. Very good. That's a 24.
Cool. And what's Lalia's aura size?
10 feet.
Ooh, so you're outside of Lalia's aura.
Is he? He's 2 spaces
Yeah,
away?
I'm. Yeah, no, I'm 15 feet away from you.
Yeah, you're
15
3.
Because that's Aiden.
Oh, I'm looking at somebody else. Just kidding.
You do make the save. However, Aiden, as you are slashing and staring at this creature, you see before you, almost midway through your attack, so you're able to shake it off, thankfully, an interesting image. This creature, while it looked like this devilish being covered in chains, you suddenly see an image of your mother.
Oh!
And for just a moment, you're frightened, but you shake your head and are able to see clearly and continue to attack this creature as you shove it to the ground.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy,
Oh,
oh
that-
boy.
I just pissed off Aiden. All right.
But that brings us to number 2, who is right here. And he's going
My
to
fucking
step
mind
up
was in me.
here.
Hello. Ding dong.
He looks at you, Lalia. You see this grimace in his face as he looks behind you. And you watch as he takes his chain in both hands and goes to whip at the same time. But they're long enough to circle around you, almost like he's hugging you. And instead he makes 2 chain attacks on what's left of the platform the 2 of you are standing on.
Consent matters, sir. Back up.
First one's a natural 20.
Shit.
Second one is a 15.
Silvery barbs the first.
Okay. So that will change that to a 16, which will still hit. However, the damage is significantly reduced. So, the bridge is going to take 22 points of damage.
Giving the advantage to Lolly.
Thanks, friend.
You see, as he hits the bridge, you see chunks begin to fall, and the bridge starts to shake and waddle a little bit. Zan, you can kind of feel the bridge starting to sway back and forth as this creature is tearing out some of the supports. But because he also animated some chains already, you watch as another chain reaches up from the side and tries to encircle Zanzidar. And that is a 23 to hit.
That's my AC.
That'll hit. So you take 11 points of piercing damage, and you are currently grappled to the bridge. That is his turn. That'll bring us to Gostir. He just kind of looks around. He's like, "Oh, finally!" And he's going to take a swing at each of the chain devils next to him. So the first one is going to definitely hit. I'm just going to do his average damage, which I think is like 35.
Sure.
And this is number 2.
7 plus 7 plus.
Yeah.
are your pluses to hit?
I'm just gonna say 35 for now.
Okay.
Because he can definitely do way more.
Yeah.
60. Okay. And then he will swing. He'll just do it the same one. He'll swing at number 2 again. Recklessly. And that's a natural 20.
We love Gostier, yes we do.
So you watch as he takes a slash and like wedges his great axe into the back of this creature, Lalia, and you see it like shudder in front of you. And he just kind of looks at it, he's like, ah, it's stuck. Hold on. And he takes his foot up and just shoves the great axe through the creature's body as it bursts into smoke. Maybe that was a little much.
That was badass.
All right. And because he has Great Weapon Master, he'll take his third swing at this creature. And that will hit for 35. So creature number 2 is dead. So that is number 4. And it has taken damage. And that is his turn. Which will bring us to Lalia.
Wow.
Right. What's up?
I said wow.
Oh, yeah. He is wow. Yeah. Bonus action. Lalia is gonna go all blinky blink, and she's going to Misty Step out of her grapple.
Mm-hmm.
Mark that off. Wherever it is. There it is. 30 feet. So let's do. I don't want to get too far away from everybody else, but 10, 20, 30. Yeah, put me 30 feet straight ahead. Yep. And then I will run 5 feet up into our left, if that makes sense to those two. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I will.
Because I keep forgetting to do this, I apologize. As you jump up and you come up here, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Is this for frightened?
Yep.
Because I cannot be frightened, and anyone in my aura can't be.
Okay.
So.
So never mind. Didn't matter anyways. But as you come up, you see these creatures' forms start blinking. And they almost seem to like grow extra legs, like the body of a horse. It just looks weird. But
This is gross!
your aura seems to be keeping the effects at bay
Okay.
of whatever was going on.
Y'all are nasty. Alright. Yeah, sure. We'll just swing. We're having fun. These are fiends. I have advantage on my first one. I'll go west. Yeah. Thanks to Zan's silvery barbs, we have a... Ooh, those are both gross. But 24.
That'll hit.
So that is... 11 bludgeoning.
Mm-hmm.
Plus improved smite and holy Zydandian Avenger. 16 radiant.
Mm-hmm.
Second swing on the same guy. That's a better roll. 30 to hit.
Absolutely.
That is 14 bludgeoning plus 12 radiant.
Cool. Get some good swipes at this gentleman.
And that is her turn. And she is just, we'll say, she's aiming for the extra legs. Almost like whack-a-mole. Like, stop it, that's creepy.
Alright, that will bring us to 3 and 4. So let me see real quick here. Okay. So I'm going to start with the red one. Aiden and Bink. You both see this creature that you have dealt some damage to, kind of fervorously looking around, and you see it kind of like shifting and looking between your legs, and you see its vision stops, its head pointed towards the bridge, and you watch as it releases this scream and just begins to dart towards the bridge. As he does so, he is small enough to move through this space to get...
Am I able to use my reaction to hit him?
Yes, both of you would have a reaction right now. As he is leaving your range.
Okay, I'm gonna use my Vorpal Scimitar.
Okay.
Come on, decapitate him.
Got 27
That'll hit.
with 10 damage.
Okay. You take a swipe at him as he passes by. He seems to kind of shrug it off, though he is barely hanging on as he darts past. Is Aiden gonna make a swing, or is he letting it go?
Yeah, why not? We'll do it. That's 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
Why not? Let's see. Let's see. That's fine. I'll save that maneuver for later. It's fine. We'll just do regular damage. 9 damage.
As you take a second swing alongside Bink, you manage to cleave another chunk out of this creature, but it still just barely stands as it almost crawls and limps towards the edge of this platform. Just
Nah.
barely
Oops.
alive. You watch as it takes its 2 chains out and goes to strike them at the bridge. Ooh, the first one is a 13, that'll miss. The second is a 16, that'll hit. The bridge takes 11 more points of damage. Seeing this creature, the other one, sharing its initiative, watches its friends and understands the plan, takes 2 steps forward, and also reaches out with both of his chains to try and attack the bridge supports. First one's a 22, that'll hit. Second one is a 12, that'll miss. But the bridge takes 11 more points of damage. You see now Zan being chained to this bridge and watching these creatures take these swings at it. You see most of the supports have been crippled and the bridge itself is beginning to lean, and you feel this weight of this abyss pulling down on you. You recognize it's pulling down on the bridge as well as it begins to snap and crumble, and the bridge is sinking. Slowly, it hasn't broken yet, but it doesn't have a lot left. And that'll bring us to your turn.
Okay. This guy's 10 feet away.
He's also no longer prone.
So I'll use my bonus action to cast Thunderstep.
Ooh, nice.
And I actually want to teleport right by Lalia.
Mm-hmm.
Other side.
This one?
No, up in the corner.
This one?
Yeah, right there. And from here, can I see the sentry running up the stairs?
You can.
Lalia, do you want me to try and take out that sentry, or do you want to?
I don't know. Whatever you think is best. Blink, blink.
I'd really rather you take him out. Honestly. From me, where does 90 feet end?
About there.
Oh man.
So technically, I could get you right next to him.
Before his turn, yes.
If you think you could do enough damage. Like, and you have the radiant damage too.
I do. I don't know that I have enough to take him out in a single turn. And how far away is the next room? Just speaking logistically, he's going to be able to run and dash before I get my turn again.
So right about
Right.
here, you see the doorway.
Okay. I might be able to. I'd have to burn some smites.
Yeah, he also goes after Xan in initiative.
Yeah.
And Lalia's already had her turn, so he's gonna get around to run.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
go.
Is that he's going to get to move and dash before I get a chance to do anything. Just things. You're perfectly welcome to transplant me. I won't be mad if you do, but just things to think about. Logistics.
Right. Okay. Let me look at. I'm bad at calculating damage. How much damage did you do to the first guy?
The first guy,
Yeah.
I did. Let me see. 30, 45, 50, 65, 67. I did 75 damage.
Jesus. I'm not getting anywhere near that.
But it also didn't kill the first guy.
Right.
And I can't kick on every turn. But
Alright. That was my bonus action, yeah?
Yep.
But it was a 3rd level spell, so I can only cast 2nd level spells.
Yep.
I hate guess.
you're doing great. We support you wholeheartedly in whatever you choose.
Okay, let's try this then. I'm going to... Can't do that because I'm not within range. I'm within range to do that though. I'll just fire off Scorching Ray, I guess.
Okay.
3 shots towards the guy on the stairs.
Okay.
First one's a 34 to hit.
Hit.
Second one is 31.
Hit.
Woo!
Third one is a 29.
Goodness gracious, sir.
Alright. 2 damage on the first one. 6 damage on the second one. 8 damage on the third of fire.
So a total of 16 points of fire damage as you watch all 3 of these scorching, burning rays make contact with this creature's body. They dissipate harmlessly.
Ah, damn. Well, now we know. Now we know. It's alright.
Don't use fire against these guys. Alright, that's the end of my turn.
All right.
You're off the bridge. That's what matters.
Uh-huh.
That brings us to 5 and 6. They are each going to take 2 swings. So 2 at Zan, 2 at Lalia. So Zan, I've got a 26.
You are rolling these with disadvantage. Yes.
Not yet. What's giving you disadvantage?
Protection from good and evil.
Okay, cool. Yes. Okay, so 17.
Miss.
Nice.
Yeah, the chain devils would have disadvantage. The chains wouldn't because they don't.
Yeah, I think
They're
we.
not fiends.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's hit me so far is the chains on the bridge.
So yeah, the second one's a natural 1, so both of those will miss Zan.
Nice.
So now 2 swings at Lalia. The first one is a 10.
Miss.
Second one, 26.
Hit.
Is 11 points of piercing damage.
And I would like to use my reaction as soon as I finish typing because, phew, you went fast.
Okay.
So let me tell you, not having frickin' Calliope in combat, saving my fingers.
Hmm.
First stuff. Gym Dragon.
Cool.
So strength saving throw from that dude.
Hoo-yah! Ooh. 16.
And that fails, I do believe. I think it's whatever my DC is. Where is this? Good. 19. So,
Yeah.
he takes 7 points of force damage and is pushed back 10 feet. Thank you, Zanzadar, for letting me know Hellish Rebuke would not work in this situation. I
Yep.
appreciate it.
Alright then. Anything else?
Nope.
Alright, that is both of their turns, so that brings us back over to Bink.
Alrighty. I am going to. Use Shatter.
Yeah.
Cool.
I was literally sitting here like shatter, shatter, shatter.
3rd level. I'm gonna be using it against the 4 that are farthest away and just out of range of Zan.
Alright. What is the radius on Shatter?
It is 10 feet wide in a circle and it can be casted 60 feet away from me.
Alright. Let's see what we can do here.
Probably would be best to put on those 3 right there.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get all 4.
I think I can I?
We'd have to fudge some squares, but I'll give it to you.
That, I mean, if it truly only hits 3, then that's fair. I'm totally fine with it since we're getting later game. If we gotta be more specific, I'm totally fine with just 3. Plus, that would also hit Zanzadar, so
It is
I'd rather
twice.
it just hit 3, and it includes Zanzadar in the hit.
Yeah, if I get
Yeah.
4, I'd have to give him Zan. So yeah, you can
Yeah.
get 3 right here.
Do it.
Alrighty. What do they need to do? They need to do a con saving throw of 19 or more.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Hey. He still got it.
Alright.
3rd level damage, here we go. 19 damage.
Woo.
Woo!
As I send this spell out. You just hear a shatter towards them.
Boom.
You got it. Make that guy purple. Make this guy brown.
Because he pooped his pants.
Probably. All right. Anything else from Bink?
For now, I will use Bardic Inspiration on Lalia,
Hey.
You got it.
and I end my turn.
All right. How about Peter?
He is going to attack the red boy next to him.
You got it.
Does a not nat 20. Twit. Does a not nat 20 hit him?
Yes, and he has 1 health left, so you don't have to roll damage.
Hey. But you still
Oh.
can, for my sake. Thank you.
Don't worry, I already did.
Yeah.
So Peter shoves his beak into this one, and again, you watch as it just dissipates.
And Peter flies around to the blue, kind of like, just, yeah. Right there, perfect. And then he's going to use his claw attack to attack Mr. Blue
You got it.
with a 15 to hit.
That will just miss.
Oof.
So close.
And he ends his turn.
Well done, Peter.
All right. That brings us to 7, 8, 9, and 10. So that is purple, brown, unmarked, and our runner. So, this guy is going to run up here and take a swing at each of you. So it's Zan. That's a 15.
Mm-hmm.
Lalia, that's a 17.
Miss.
So then this guy's gonna run up here. I think this is all he can do. He's gonna take 2 swings at Zan. First one misses with a 16. And the second one misses with a 12. That'll bring us to this guy who can only reach Zan, so he's gonna take 2 swings at Zan.
Goodness.
That's gonna miss with a 12.
Wow, I kind of like being in the back lines.
Yeah, when the sorcerer takes.
Yeah, that's gonna miss with an 11. That brings us to this guy.
I know, he goes.
Let Aiden take care of the runner.
There you
What the fuck, what do you want me to do like that? I can't do anything about that at all.
go. Use your emblem.
Oh my god, how far can this guy run? He's a
got-
runner, he's a track star.
He is.
You see that he has almost made it to the top of the stairs. He's probably about a
Oh,
turn
gee.
away.
Goodness.
Alright, well.
That brings us back to the top with Aiden.
Wonderful. You can move me towards green.
You got it.
I'm gonna put the hurt on him. I'm gonna put the hurt on him. You look at the hurt real bad. Or he'll just die outright because I rolled a natural 20.
Oh, man.
Woo.
Oh yeah.
Yay!
Go ahead and roll the damage.
I forgot you have a Vorpal longsword.
You bet your sweet bippy I do.
Girl.
16 slashing damage.
You got it. So as you come down on this creature, you watch as your blade, like butter, slices right through this creature's neck, and it just dissipates with a scream. Yeah.
Well done.
Wonderful.
Well done.
5 is gone.
One of the C's dead. Move the other 5 feet forward, and then I'm gonna take a swing at Brown.
You got it.
That is an 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
Please have him make a strength saving throw, as I use tripping attack.
Nice.
Got it. That is a 10.
That fails. He is also prone.
Skadoosh.
Down he goes.
So it'll be a D8 plus a D10. A total of 19 slashing damage. And since he's now prone, I'll take this second attack with advantage.
You got it.
And off with his head. Natural 20.
Yay.
Nice.
You got it.
Beautiful.
So you get
I
another.
shall roll damage for Lalia's calculations
Thank
first.
You knew what I was gonna ask.
Another 17 slashing damage.
Decapped.
God. Would you like to describe this one?
Sure, why not? I shall describe the flurry of blows as Aiden rushes forward. Oh god, he just hard to describe. I'm just cutting people's heads off left and right. On the first guy who just immediately got his head cut off, he just comes in hot and furious and just because he was the one that tried to implant the image of his mother in his mind, and he did not take too kindly to that. So he just bleed lined it for his neck and head removed from shoulders. On the second guy, in his rageful fury, the first attack swings down, he lets the blade sink into the flesh and bone of his leg, brings it up to just fling him onto his leg or onto his butt, and he just finishes him off immediately, just takes his head off.
Oh, rad. I love it. Alright. Anything else?
Let me see. Still have my bonus action. Actually, yeah, you can move me 5 feet up towards. I don't think that one has a color. I think it's the only one that's not colored.
Yep.
And I'm gonna shield master shove, and this time it's just gonna be to push it back.
You got it. Huh. That's an 8. I don't think you can roll lower than that, so.
Nope. The lowest I would have rolled was a 12 with a natural 1.
We get a little
You got it.
She gets pushed back into the barrels.
oof.
See a couple of them crack and some deep purplish liquid start to pour out of them.
Oh, good. What kind of... Can I judge the liquid by its viscosity? Like,
Well, next time you get an action.
damn it. Okay, that's my
Action
turn.
surge to
Fair
find
Fair
out
enough.
what the-
Fair enough. I took it and I killed 2 enemies immediately. Fair.
Well done.
Alright. That'll bring us to Gastier. He's going to take a swing at this blue guy.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he was back there.
Yep. That'll hit. 35. It's still up, so he will swing again. That'll hit, and that'll be another 35. Which is certainly enough to eliminate that gentleman. That was number 4. So this creature disappears in a cloud of poof, and he's like, "Hey, y'all see that? Oh, no, y'all are watching. Okay." And he just runs up here. Is 40 feet, and he's gonna take a swing at this yellow one. And you say, "Here, I'll do it again."
Now that you're watching.
Okay, that'll hit, but that's 35 damage to yellow. But it is still up. So he
Oh,
sinks
man.
his great axe into it. Ugh, man, these things are weird. That'll end
Tell me
Gastier.
about it.
And that'll bring us to Lalia.
Alright, totally not so crazy question. Step by step, how far away is the runner?
Like if you wanted to.
Like if I were running full tilt boogie, how far away is
Full tilt boogie.
I probably cut that corner, but yeah. Just want to even know if this is feasible.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ.
225 feet.
Okay. some math.
I can get you there in one round.
Oh, okay. In that case,
As long as I can see this fucker.
and you get to go before he does again, right?
Yeah, Zan is next.
Okay. In that case, I am going to. Apologies. Lalia is not so fresh in my mind anymore. I'm going to queue up. No, I'm not. I am going to hold my action for Zanzidar's turn.
Okey-dokey.
If that works. Or do I need to run closer?
It's fine. You should probably run. Don't run more than 60 feet, because I want to be able to catch up to you.
Alright. I will run around Zan and Aiden. And start heading that way 60. I can use like maybe my 10 extra feet to curve around so that I avoid opportunity attacks.
This way.
Which way are you pointing? I can't tell.
Going up, west.
Yes.
Okay. 5, 10.
Actually, I had to pronounce
15,
Weast.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70.
No, I want to only go 60 so that I'm.
Well, you're still within 60 of Zan.
Right, but Zan needs to be able to run to me.
Yeah.
I think. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's my movement. Not going to use a bonus action. Holding my action.
Okay. That'll bring us to Zan.
Alright. Running the same direction.
Alright. So.
Once I get to you, I'm going to lay a hand on you and say, "Let's go!"
Whee!
And we'll cast Thunderstep.
Alright.
So, 90 feet up.
I guess to help you out, you could have stood on this side. You had that much speed.
Oh boy.
So you could get to this step here.
Ruh-roh.
So close. Oh, so close yet so far.
Not done yet. That was just my bonus action.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My bad.
Man, I miss teleporting so much.
Uh,
Action, Vortex Warp.
Mm-hmm.
hey, look at you.
Put Lalia right in front of this guy.
Oh, beautiful. We should never have doubted. Okay.
Swing on him, Lalia.
Woo. All right.
That's
but
the end
how
of my
do I
turn.
Mark this. Good grief. All right. Vortex warp. Okay. I would like to swing
Alright.
really freaking hard on this guy. First swing. Oh, that was so close. A 32.
That'll hit.
I would like to use a second level. Yes, I would like to use a second level smite.
Cool.
So that is going to be 14 bludgeoning plus. I don't even remember. So, first level, second level, fiend. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh God.
38 radiant damage.
Yeah.
30, 40, 52 so far.
Okay. am swinging again.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, damn. That's 17.
That'll hit.
First level smite. Let's hope it's enough. Alright. So that is. Oops. I don't know why I clicked that. Ignore that. That is 12 bludgeoning plus. Zidane plus improved smite plus regular fiend. $39 radiant damage. Somehow higher than the second
So
level.
another 51?
Yeah.
Alright, that's enough.
Alright. Phew.
Yes.
Man, it feels good to be back. Alright.
103 points of damage.
Woo! I just give Zanzadar a thumbs up. Even though I look a little green from all the teleporting.
You got it. Anything else for Zan?
No, that was all my actions and movement.
Alright. That brings us down here to the yellower. He's gonna take 2 swings at Gostier because they're closest. Those will both miss. That's all he's got. So that'll bring us to Bink. Bink, bink, bink.
Yeah, yes. Okay, what I'm
Almost
gonna
done.
do is I'm going to cast another shatter.
You got it.
We love to see it.
Nice.
3rd level again on those 3.
Pretty sure you can do it without hitting Aiden or Gostier.
Beautiful.
That's a fail. That's definitely a fail. And that's a fail.
All of them are failed. Nice, and that is 20 damage.
Nice.
All right.
So yellow is gone. She watches you release this shatter, and yellow just gets destroyed. It just explodes from the center where this deafening sound comes out from your shatter. The other 2 definitely stagger, and they look injured because of it. But they're still standing at the moment. Anything else for Bink?
I'm gonna get on the back of Peter, and then I'm going to make Peter attack the purple one.
You got it.
It's a 12 to hit. That fails. And we'll go for a claw attack. And that is 15. Dang it!
Oh,
Ah.
Missing for days. And that is the end of his turn, because that's all he got.
alright.
It's alright, Peter. Walk it off.
Will bring us to these 2 creatures, and you see them yapping back and forth at each other. You watch as this one takes 2 swings at Gostier. Ooh, natural 20. And
Oof.
19. So Gostier will take 17. That is it. And then you watch as they both begin to run. This one just going straight this way, 30 feet. Gostier will
I
take
will
a
take-
swing.
I will also take a swing as it passes.
Okay.
If Goster doesn't kill it.
Reckless. Natural 20.
Oh God.
Okay, yeah, he
Nice.
kills it.
It's
He
gone.
didn't kill it.
Yeah.
It's gone.
We're gonna say at least 70 points of damage there. I'll figure out his average crit later, but
Closer to 80.
yeah, probably closer to 80.
Yeah, it's insane.
But you watch as this creature screaming as well just goes running. You watch as it plummets off the edge.
Whoa.
Just jumps.
Amen.
You hear screams as it disappears into the void below. Which effectively brings us to the end of the combat. However, before anybody has a chance, I'd like Zan and Lalia to make perception checks.
Ah, we're awful close up here. It's fine. We're fine. Ooh.
Natural 20 for 26.
Hey! Wally's still giving thumbs up at Zanzibar.
Zan, you catch this before Lalia does. You see movement in the doorway up above. You see a couple different figures passing between some of the lights, and you gather, with a natural 20, you surmise that there's probably 3 individuals within that chamber, and they're very large. And you both hear a booming voice from inside. What the hell's going on out there?
God damn it.
Don't make me come out there. Then you watch and you hear this crunching and snapping of bones.
Stealth check.
And you staring at the doorway that this came out of, maybe a little too tense to run towards it right now, or not enough time to react necessarily. You see something come flying out of this doorway, passing over both of your heads, passing well past the stairs and just kind of drifting off into the darkness. And Lalia, you just kind of catch it and you're not sure what it was. It looked like a lump of something with like maybe some cloth. You don't really know what it is. But Zanzibar, with your natural 20, you see the body of a human that has a bite out of its midsection, just soaring over your head and falling into the abyss. And you hear some thunderous footsteps. And that's where we'll end.
Alrighty. Glad
God
we
damn
didn't
it.
alert that thing.
Mm-hmm. So far, still gotta get back down. Dun, 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 dun.
That's where we'll call it. And we'll see what happens next.